And we are live. We got Miss Kitty here. Hey, Miss Kitty. Vanessa Kitty. Okay, so Andy had a little internet problem. I did too. I lost internet this afternoon. I wasn't sure if I can do a chat, but then it came back on. All right. So what happened to you is, uh,
Well, I upgraded to fiber.
yeah.
I woke up the next morning. I had nothing. I rebooted repowered the modem off, off on. Everything came back. So I'm on the phone with them. And while
Mhm.
I'm on the phone, I'm watching the internet turn on and off on my computer, on and off. So why is it doing that? It's losing the network connection. All right. I'm playing with it. Finally, get the guy on the phone. And then every time I turn on my browser, whatever you want to use, Brave, uh, Chrome, whatever. Uh, I turn it on, the internet comes on. Turn it off, the internet goes off. But what the hell is this all about? It's never happened. The internet should be on all the time. Period. My
Yeah.
computer's connected. It has so back and forth all week on the phones. I shouldn't say before that. Sunday, I'm on the phone with them, and they're trying to help me. And I mean, everybody's nice. No problem. All right, she says, we'll call you back in 10 minutes. We're going to do some higher end testing. I'll call you back as soon as we can, finish the testing. Okay. The phone rings. I pick it up. No one there. Dial tone. Rings again. Them again. No dial tone. So I call the number.
Mm,
They're blocked. They can't get through to my phone.
mm.
So I said, this is ridiculous. To make a long story short, I thought, Zach, uh, I'm on the phone with them before. This has been going on all week. And the woman says, well, you have anonymous phone calls blocked. I says, right, anonymous phone calls. It's always been blocked for 20 years 25 years that I'm living at this address. So I didn't change nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. So says, well, let's unblock it. She unblocked it, they could get through. So I said, this has all happened since you installed the fiber. I says, but you also 2 weeks ago were updating the web portal for me to log in and get to my emails or whatever. And she says, yeah. I says, well, the first day you implemented it, I couldn't log in at all. I called and spoke about it. And they said, yeah, they're working on the problem. And then the next day, everything was like like they went back a step. The update was canceled. A few days later, the update came through again. It looked different. I could log in, and but it's just weird. I says, you guys changed something in your update. You had to. Something changed in your programming because the blocked anonymous callers has always been on because I get so many phone calls, and but it would have turned off. They can get through. So now they're
Mm.
trying to research why that's happening. I says, it's got to be your end. It can't be mine. And they sent a guy to the house to check everything out here. The guy says, I've never seen this before. I says, okay, I don't feel so bad. I never seen it before either. So they're baffled. They're working on it. So as long as I turn on one of my web browsers, I can connect and do anything I want all day long without turning off the browser. If I turn the browser, within 30 seconds, the network connection goes off. And it's not Wi-Fi, it's hardwired.
Wow, that's weird. Let's get you up here. Just Jeff is here. Thorzax, Tactical FUD, and Chessboard is here.
Howdy,
Yeah.
howdy, everyone.
Did,
So,
is it fixed though? Well, obviously, right.
no, well, we at least got them. They can call me on the phone now. We added my cell phone, which I didn't want to. I don't like putting everything out on the internet because then, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so I said we put the cell phone out there. I said, so make a note in the folder. If you can't get through on the 399 number, call the 905 number. And okay. So hopefully they're working on it. She says, as soon as we come up with something, we'll call you back. I said, whatever. What am I supposed to do?
Mm.
At least I have internet. It's not that I don't have it. It's just that it's been havoc ever since they installed it. But the tech that came here Friday night did find something, but it had nothing to do with this. He says they bring the fiber into the house, and then they make a patch box where they splice the fiber to another cable, and on the box is a connector, which a fiber optic cable plugs into that and goes to the modem. So he was checking. He took the whole box apart, said everything looks good, and he puts his tester in the jack. The jack test is you got 99.9999%, so you got perfect signal. And then he plugs their wire back in, the old one, checks the other end of it, and it's like, shit, this thing's got a ton of loss on it. So he changed that cable. My TV picture got even better than it was, which was amazing to start with. So we'll see where it goes.
Okay, Pat, West Covina Dodge is here. Hey, Pat. Yeah, hopefully your glitches will be gone. Ours rarely goes out, but Saturday of all times, we were down for like 3 hours. And I was worried about the chat. Kip is here. I was worried about the chat, but then it came on 2 hours before the chat, and
some cable went bad somewhere, some box went bad. They got it fixed quick. I very rarely have an issue here, but this is my first fiber experience, and I mean, my computer isn't any faster because that's what I had before. Upload speed is faster. Download is the same. Upload went from 30 to 500. A big difference. I can upload a video to YouTube in, less than a minute. A big, one of 15-minute videos. That's great. But the TV picture quality increased, a lot. And he says, that's the fiber versus cable. I said, no, good deal. Mr. Kyle Lusk is out there.
Kyle is here. Hey, Kyle.
So that was my adventures all week long, believe it or not.
I'll put another linky down here if anyone wants to come on.
I got like 3 hours on the phone invested with them so far.
Wow. Yeah, I miss our smaller company. They got bought out by the bigger one. I've already talked about that. But usually, if ours went out, my buddy Andy would text me and say, it's going to be out for 2 hours. We're working on something. I don't know what happened today. It's super windy. Maybe that had something to do with it, but it's all satellite radio stuff. So I don't know. Owen is here. Hobbies is here. Hey, guys.
Howdy, everyone.
Good to see you. Owen replied to your previous video. Good to see you, Owen. Did I subscribe to you or not? I don't know. I haven't caught up with new subscribers. YouTube doesn't show me unless I go in studio, and I never go in studio.
I don't know. YouTube, I got too many. I mean, we all have a lot of people we follow and stuff, but it's at the point where I'll go in and it tells me, and I'm looking at these people, new video. Okay, click. The video's 4 days old. What are you talking about? Why do I get these things telling me now? 4 days later. I watched it already. So it takes me a while to go through the list to see if anything's new.
Fuzzy is here. Smoke signal. Yes. Old school. Hey, Fuzz.
So it's been kind of an uneventful week as far as anything else. I haven't touched anything reloading. I have no need to. I got to go to the range and unload the test loads before I go any further. So,
I need to, and I need to clean my bench someday. Anyway.
I saw your video with the 300 blackout. You like the heavies?
Yeah. They make zero noise and they thump like hell.
But what's heavy enough?
240 grain.
I mean, what's the minimum you would shoot out of it? That in grain?
I shoot anything from 110 grain all the way to 245 grain.
Okay.
And I was trying I did a garage door pop with the 245 grain today. Check the primers and stuff before I reload more of those. I got the powder in the thrower, 1680. I'm just boom, bang, pow. Everything's ready. Bam, bam, bam. So I wanted to make sure that wasn't like overpressured or anything. It sounded pretty quiet. So now I just got to test groups with stuff.
Yeah, I have the 180 grain Lyman bullet that I really like, and that's my That's my zinc bullet.
Yeah, see, I can make anything quiet with Trail Boss, but if I want them going fast and quiet, I gotta use different.
Yeah.
1680 and all those powders.
Yeah, I'm not into all of that. I just have a hot load that works, and I have my plinking stuff that works. And just still playing, tons of zinc. But that's what that zinc bullet. It's 113 grains, the size of a 180 grain. So you would have some fun with that. Hello, James, Texas 6.
Texas 6 is here, and James is here. And I thought yesterday Tex did his own live chat. And then I realized it was the Georgia Shooting Connection. I thought, and my reply was, hey, 6-shooter Tex is doing it live. That's awesome. And I got fooled. It was a link to another. I got schnockered into that one. Yes. But I wasn't paying attention. Uh-oh. We are milking the baby again. Shoulder.
Spring cleaning, dude. Oh yeah, lots of hydroblasting, lots of mowing, working out with my chainsaw,
and hurt your shoulder.
The shoulder wasn't ready. Too soon.
It's all swelled up and it aches right now. So, but hey, dude, man, I am sick and tired of just being laid up. I can't do it. I got to get out there and do things,
Yeah, but you did too much.
So,
I remember I didn't go through the level you went through, but I did have the surgery, 3 muscles detached, and the doctor said, do whatever you want, just do less of it. He says, you'll hurt it again. It's going to take a long time. And a year and a half later, I heard it. I ripped it a little bit. And he said, be careful. So, it just, it's just, you gotta learn. Well, you're old enough to know, you gotta admit to yourself, you're not 25 anymore.
That's it, dude.
Once you do that, once you admit you're 20 in your mind, you can't do what you did when you were 25, you'll be okay.
Yeah, hobbies, move over to one province and maybe that could be a 51 state, but we're not taking all of Canada for voting. So just move over, what do you call them, provinces? Move over one. You used to live there. You didn't like how cold it got, but maybe you can get it worked out. Yeah. Oh. Now, Thors, I heard that Washington is doubling their alcohol tax. True or false?
Dude, this whole state has just went to hell. And, the people have spoken, but there's so much corruption and they're not paying attention to the voters. They're just doing whatever the hell they want. And, Cantwell and that other woman, our senators, they're on their way out. They know it. This is their last term. And so they don't care. They're not doing anything to, defend it. So, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I think it's just going to have to get to a point where people just can't stand it anymore. And that goes for the snowflakes that are up. The snowflakes need to get it so where they say, what's with all these taxes? Well, you're the guys that have supported all this social crap.
Yeah.
So Washington State is going to hell in a handbasket, and we can't do anything about it. I mean, I've contacted all the people that I can and voiced my opinions and everything to, state legislators and all that stuff. I went online and did all that, but
But
And there
they're all-
is like thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people that are doing this, but they're just ignoring you. They don't care.
because they're Democrats and
Yep.
they don't care about what you have to say.
I didn't say, speaking of ignoring,
Yeah.
I forgot to mention Brokeloader 2 is here. Brokeloader.
Hey, did you catch that the View is going off the air? They were sued for $800 million by what's the name? Kathleen Levitt, whatever. Carol. They awarded the lawsuit.
Michael is here. Yeah, and then the other thing I heard, my wife keeps track. The other thing I heard, 4% property tax. And here's the kicker. According to law, they could only do 1% at a time, but they changed the rules. Now they're doing 4% right off the bat. How? Exactly what you're saying, ignoring the people.
Yep.
Yeah, they don't care.
Well, they're trying to
they
figure a
just
way to
don't
get
care. They
back.
want their tax money.
No, they're trying to get the money back in their pockets that the Dodge has gotten rid of.
Well, yeah, they gotta
Yeah.
pay for, all those states on that side are way behind on their budget. Yep.
Hey.
So that's what I heard last
Okay.
night or today.
I've done all I can. The people here that were concerned about it, they did all they could. And, we were steamrolled by, this communist government, state government that we have. They just don't care.
Just think they
And
have to
that's
have
it, and I don't think it's because they're just trying. I don't think it's because they're trying to make up money because of the Dodge thing. I think what they're doing is they're making up for all the money that Inslee spent in the last 4 years, and they want to pay back into some sort of deficit, which I don't understand. We have a state, fund, general fund, and that's supposed to go to pay deficit. And you know what? They haven't spent any of that money. So
Well, so you think they haven't because it's not there.
It's just it's a big chunk.
That state could do so good.
What they've probably done is,
Yeah, that state could do so good.
I got a feeling what they've done is they've split all that up. They've split all that up into a pie. They've invested in these nonprofit organizations and put it in there, and they're all getting the money back, into their pockets is what they're doing. And they're doing the same thing that the Congress people were doing. These people we have in our state legislators, they're just as dirty, all of them. I mean, look at Inslee. He left office, and what did he do? He went out there to the U-Haul truck, started that mother up, and he headed for Idaho. Yeah, he moved to Idaho. Yeah, it's like, now that I've totally destroyed this state, I'm going to move to someplace where I can be free.
Washington could do really awesome if it was managed right, not Democrat. They could do so well. There's so many resources and things, but they just vote. Seattle.
Well, the same problem in New York.
Yeah,
I mean,
snowflake.
New York City controls the vote of the whole state because that's the dense population. And these people just keep voting Democrat.
Yeah,
They just do it. And I don't understand because everything in the city is so expensive. It's ridiculous how these people can vote that way. I don't get it.
Neither do I.
I won't get into it. My brother and I are no longer speaking.
Yeah.
He started laying into me how I destroyed his life. I said, what? And he says, well, when Dad died, I took care of everything. I said, excuse me. Okay, you were upstate already. I was down here. You told me that they already took the body out when you called me. Okay. It's at the funeral parlor and they're going to cremate it tomorrow. So what is the reason for me to come all the way up there? I can't see him.
Mm.
Okay. This is, and the next day you're coming down with the urn and you told me not to worry about it. It's all covered already. And when my mother died, he says, well, I'm the one that went back and forth to Florida. I said, well, we had that conversation. Okay. But I guess it slips your mind that there is no way I could go visit my mom in my mind with her dementia. I wouldn't recognize her. She turned so old in a few months' time. Okay. And she doesn't know who I am. I said, I can't have that memory in my head. And he goes, yeah, I understand. Okay. Now, when she actually died, it wasn't that much later. Okay. Same thing. I got the phone call. She's dead. She's already at the crematory, and I'll be bringing the ashes home in 2 days. Okay, anything I can do? No, I'll see you when I get home. So this is what I put together, just to make it quick and short. When I was young, I owned computer stores.
Mm-hmm.
My brother was trying to become an actor. He was doing a lot of extra work and stand-in doubles for some of the actors, and he knew a lot of real people. And he says, I can't get in. You need to have a union card to work, and you can't get the union card unless you have work. He says, so some producer or somebody has to stand up for you and say, I want him for that part, and then you get the card. So I said, well, what do you need to get what else can you do to get the card? He says, I don't know. He says, a radio commercial would do it. Okay. How would you like to do a radio commercial for my store? Now, I didn't need it, but I spent $8,000 of my money, all right, to do a radio commercial, which got him his union card. Okay. He was like 24 at the time. He's 68 this year. I said, so since you're 24 years old to now, you still haven't gotten a job in the acting career. I said, so are you sure that's what you're trying to blame on me too? That you are not capable of being an actor because nobody wanted you? And he hung up the phone and he called back and said, don't ever call me ever again. I said, fine.
Did the commercials help your business?
No, I didn't need the commercial.
Yeah.
I understand. I mean, at the time, everybody was buying computers. All you had to do was have a store somewhere that's accessible and you did business. And on top of that, he wasn't working. And when he made the commercial, I gave him a job at my store, which I didn't need as a person. So all that money I paid him on top of that. So he's trying to blame his career, unsuccessful career as my fault. So anyway,
Andy, it always hurts worse with family. It always hurts worse with family because the familiarization is it breeds contempt and people cop attitudes.
I didn't
go. Bottom line is they want to go on remembering it the way that they want to remember it, not the way it actually happened.
I know,
but that's where everything goes.
We've never been close. Me and my brother were never close. We were two different people. When he was almost 19, him and his girlfriend ran away into the Navy because he couldn't stand living at home. Okay, because he didn't like the way my dad treated everybody or whatever. My father was a tough guy. My brother was a weak idiot. But besides the point, he ran off to the Navy with his girlfriend. 2 years later, he comes home, gets married. 8 months later, she's giving birth. That was his excuse to get out of the Navy. Okay. And now he's at home living with my parents rent-free for 12 years. And he's blaming his problems on me.
Andy,
You know, so,
Andy.
I mean,
Man,
it
you
bothers
just-
me, but nothing I can do about it. It's done.
Oh yeah, I know. I get it, man. I got older brothers, man, that I don't talk to either. I do not talk to them anymore because they're into themselves and they have their own little world that they live in. And you know, the bottom line is they'll be the first ones to say you did something wrong or something, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like, how did I do it wrong if I didn't know what I was doing in the first place?
Yeah, well,
I mean, you
it's
know, well, why are you making this judgment on me? I mean, you know, does it make you feel good that you actually sit in
again,
there of a
I
judge?
mean, I'm not bringing up everything about it because, like, my mother favored my brother because he was a kiss ass. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, so
All the way up until the deathbed, they're giving them a pie,
So,
flower, whatever.
when my brother was divorced, okay, he was living in my mother's house for free. My mother was in Florida during the winter, and she was in a house upstate during the summer, okay. And my mother used to pay for him to come visit her. All right, and he used to go 5-6 times a year. I went to visit. I had to pay for it myself. You know,
Andy?
there's such a difference. So,
Andy, I'm telling you, I had to get to a point. I used to get really upset about it. I had to get to a point where I cut off the branch before it started, you know, infecting.
Yeah, but
the
we
tree,
wouldn't,
which-
again, we weren't close.
And that's
so we
what you've
didn't
done.
talk much, so
Yeah,
you
that's
know.
what you've done. So the
but-
main thing is so forgive so you can move on, but don't ever forget what kind of person that guy is. You know what I'm saying? In other words, move on and stop thinking about it. Stop letting it bother you. They're going to continue being whoever they're going to be.
Oh no, I'm not.
I
I'm
mean-
not bummed about it. I'm puzzled more than bummed. And I said to him, "This is amazing. I texted you quickly because you never call, and I'm trying to catch you when you have time to talk. I want to talk to you about something. That's all." And he called me and he laid into me. I says, "I guess you don't care about what I called you for." I says, "So now you'll never know. Have a nice life."
Garage guy is here.
And you know the hurt just keeps rolling and rolling and rolling, dude. And so the main thing is just don't even entertain it anymore.
I'm done.
Don't let it into your life.
Done.
That's it. Yeah, just be done with it.
I'm done.
And say, look, I forgive that whole situation so I can move on and I don't have to think about it. It won't bother me anymore. I don't have to be upset. And I can go live my life and I can smile and I can realize that the sunshine is on my face, dude. I've had to do that. And I'm telling you, it hurts. I know it hurts. But the bottom line is, it's the only way you're going to get free of it, man.
Yeah, no, but it doesn't hurt that much. It doesn't hurt that much because we were never really close, so it doesn't hurt the same. My friend that died, whatever it was, 10 years ago, my friend Frank that built the race car with me, he and I were closer than most brothers. His birthday is tomorrow, and that is blowing me away more than the thoughts of my brother. Okay, that's you relate to it. He was my brother, guy. So
Andy, listen to me for a minute. Andy, listen to me for a minute. You're a wonderful guy. You're a beautiful guy. You do a lot of stuff for people. You send people tin, and you talk about bullets, and you're doing this whole thing with your different, zinc loads. And you're willing to just take your shirt off, and just give it to somebody, to help them out and stuff. You're a great guy. I mean, you really are. You really are. And
thank you.
It's just something that I can't believe somebody would actually go to the extent to hurt you in this way and treat you like this, because you've been over backwards for this guy. You gave him a job when he didn't have any. You gave him some sort of prospects by supporting him in his acting career or whatever. Try to help him out, and all you got was a big old steaming pile of shit served to you.
Yep.
You don't need that, dude. You don't, and you just kind of realize that is the quality of the person you're dealing with.
Yep.
And you let it go. You forgive them; they're not going to change. Forgive the whole situation and let it go, and then you can move on. And then you'll find out, man.
No, I know.
It's a real stress relief, And I can see the reason why it hurts you because you really do try. You're a people pleaser. You want to find an answer to somebody's problems. You want to help people. You're out there doing handstands for people. And you're a great guy. And I can see the reason why it hurts you, man, because you want people to treat you the way that you treat them. And when you run into somebody that's like this, they don't care. They just don't care. Either they don't care or there's something wrong with them and they enjoy what they do. You know what I mean? They think it's funny or they get off on it or that's some sort of source of power for them.
Whatever it is, it's done, it's gone. Yeah. And on top of it, he's a Democrat.
I think you did the right thing. Yep.
Right. And you know what he also said? He says, "You and your God Trump stole my life." That's what he said.
Okay, Jag 1 is here.
Garage Guy, KFW.
KFW is here. Garage Guy's here. Hey, guys. And this is for Cranky. If I can even show it. Oh, anyway, it's a pizza.
Oh, Hawaiian pizza. Pineapple on a pizza?
Pineapple on it. It's got pineapple on it.
Oh, it's really good, though. Yeah.
Sometimes the Hawaiian special, it's not really bad pizza. I mean, I'll have it. I mean, it's no big deal. I don't think I'll order it, but I'll have a slice of it. And it's a twist. It's a twist from normal run of the mill, sausage and pepper, onion, all that other stuff on a pizza. It does put a twist on it. Canadian bacon and pineapple. It works pretty good.
Yeah, I just wanted something like. Yeah, just something lighter for tonight. So,
I had some leftover Polish kielbasa with cabbage and potato. That was pretty good. That's what I ate for dinner.
Yeah, I had some kielbasa this morning, and I was going to chop up the cabbage, but didn't. Well. Oh, by the way, Uncle John's here, but he's not plugged in to a device where he can reply.
Uncle John's up here in Washington, too, so I'm sure he's pretty freaking pissed off about what the hell's going on with that Ferguson guy. We need to get rid of him. We need to get rid of all the people within our state government.
Well, it sounds like things are going to start coming down because they're going after everyone. What's the one in here? New York, the
judge or lawyer?
No, not the judge.
DA.
The black woman.
DAI.
Yeah, they got her now, so she's in trouble.
She did the very same thing she was accusing Trump of.
But she did it. That's the whole point. They got the proof. They've got the proof. Married to her father. Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah, KFW. This is they make really good pizza at this place, and Canadian bacon. It's real. I can't show you because of the back. There you go. But real Canadian bacon, you can actually taste, and it's good meat. Really good crust too. It's kind of thick on the ends.
Rollis is here.
There's a certain crowd out there that doesn't like it, and I understand because of the texture and whatnot. But I like I get it. A split ham soup, and I like a split pea with ham soup. And what I do is I take the ham steak, and what I do is I smoke that in my smoker with hickory and let it just get really absorbed with that before I put it in the soup. Okay. Oh my gosh, man, it's the best. It's the best.
What tool is that, Rawlings?
Yeah, I saw you playing with your new Lee die.
Mm.
I mean, how can you go wrong, Philip? Whatever it is, $23. I mean, and it's got that, the sleeve inside to keep the bullet straight. I mean, it's like, you can't
Yeah,
go wrong.
I know. It was an impulse buy. I saw him while I was shopping for my son's birthday. I got him some magazines, and they match perfect to that lightweight, the Dark Earth. And I was worried about the colors, and they're the improved Gen 2 Lancer mags, 20 rounders, and it looks so good on that rifle. So while I was at it, I'm dinking around, and those popped up, and I was like, wait a minute, that's a new item. Not that I really needed them, but they're fun. So I got those. Yeah.
You bought the Henderson. That's Lyman just released, I think, the same unit, half the price.
Yeah.
Lyman just released the same thing for quite a bit less money.
Disposable 762 is here. Yeah, that's a Canadian bacon pineapple pizza. Luckily, we got a good pizza place around here. Everything else sucks. Chinese, Mexican, it all sucks around here.
Oh my God! Last when was it? It was last Friday. I went out grocery shopping and I went down to Red Apple Ralph's. Walked in there, did my shopping. I was thinking about going to the diner and having breakfast because I went really early morning as soon as they opened. And I got, I was pulling out of the parking lot, and I thought, nah, I'm not going to go down and, I'm not going to go down to the diner. I'll just stop at McDonald's. So I stopped at McDonald's and I got the little sausage with egg biscuit thing with a cup of coffee, and I had that. 6 o'clock that night. Oh my God! I didn't feel good all day. I mean, my stomach was upset all day long after I ate that. And 6 o'clock, it didn't quit. It didn't give up, the battle until right around 11 o'clock on Saturday. I mean, I couldn't be 25 feet away from a toilet. I'm telling you, it was murder. And I'm going to tell you what, in all these fast food places anymore, these people don't give a crap anymore. That's the type of hired help that you got. They're handling stuff wrong or they leave stuff out too long. They don't care. They just, I'm not eating it. I don't care. Yep.
Okay, Jag. They have the add-on micrometers that go on the existing dies, but they also, what I got was dedicated rifle dies. So it has the bullet guide and micrometer, and it was like $20 with a birthday discount. So they're like $23. And if you're just buying a seating die, like even from Lee, it's going to cost you that much. So you might as well have all the goodies on it. So that's what I figured. I tried it on the toughest thing, big fat 300 blackout nose bullets. But I'm fine with it. 223 should be super easy. Yeah, the one I got is for rifles, and then they have both rifle and pistol add-ons now. The tops the tops came out first. It was fun to dink around with. And of course, I had a little drama. but it's going to be set on there for good, I guess. We're kind of having fun with those bolt action ARs. It's kind of neat, different. The neighbor already wants one like my son's, a super lightweight one. He's all over that thing. Yeah. So, guys in the side chat, you got any questions? Uncle John, just use an extension cord, plug into your device. Anyway, I got to load up a bunch to get rid of, so I can use the thrower on a different powder for 223. So I got to jump back and forth to keep both of us happy. What I should do is get a third thrower. And, so I don't have to empty them all the time and change them. Yeah, so I might get another Lyman powder measure, brass prep, whatever. Not brass prep, what do they call it? Because what I'll do is I'll use it. I have them on the rack. If I'm going to get back to it within a week or so, 2 weeks, I leave it in there, have a sock covering it. And then if I empty it, I just leave the label on it. If I go back to that powder, I leave that on. If not, I got to clean it out pretty decent, for the next powder. And right now, I wish I had 2 of them. I have the cheapo Lee one, but that's that needs to be cleaned from some other powder. I think that one had Varget in it. So, anyway. $16.80 throws so good. I love powders that throw really good. What are you eating, Andy?
Chocolate donuts.
Oh, you mean the ones in the bag?
No, I don't like the Entenmann's or the Hostess. They don't have the same flavor. Walmart, I don't know where they get these from. They're in that same size.
Yeah.
Okay? And these things blow away the other 2 brands.
I like the waxy kind of little donuts you get in a bag. Yeah, I like that with milk. Maybe that goes on the next grocery list. Come to think of it. We used to have a neighbor that had a donut shop. So I'd get a knock on the door late at night or early in the morning and like, who the hell is that? And it's like here, and there's like a dozen fresh donuts they just made because they take shifts, in the family. So they come home and they bring them over to our house, and it's like, damn, all kinds of donuts. And they were Vietnamese. I didn't think donuts were a thing in Vietnam, but I guess whatever. The dad would get at like 2 a.m. and start prepping down there, and then come home, and then the kids would go over and take over. Yeah. Really good neighbors. Really good. Excellent neighbors. Kept their house perfect. Their yard was perfect. They were awesome. And Mr. Lee was awesome. And he called me Mr. too. Oh, let's see, Uncle Jimmy. Hey, Gunswatter. How's it going? Yeah, I'm sure bakeries are tough. Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
Especially if you have a lot of items instead of just one thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those guys start at like 2:30 in the morning. They start, making their donuts and pastries and the other stuff.
Yeah, people want their stuff on the way to work, so.
Yeah.
I haven't had a donut forever. I mean, it's not the best thing for you, but man, I haven't had one forever. My wife's mom used to make donuts from right there, scratch, do it right there in the kitchen.
Yep.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah. They're not hard. They're not hard to make. It's just that you got to get the dough ready and you got to get your icing down and the whole bit, so, you can just start cranking them out.
Kip, you forgot the sugar.
We have a famous bakery here, and that's the time they start. They start at like 2:30 in the morning, and then they open up at 4, and all the traffic comes through, for people going to work, and good donuts,
Well, for me, Entenmann's was here on Long Island, about 15, 18 minutes from where I live. They had a big place there. It serviced most of Long Island and basically all of Queens almost into the city. That one plant did so much business, and they moved it to Mexico.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep. It's not the same anymore.
A lot of things aren't the same anymore. I remember buying Cracker Jacks and the peanuts were actually stuck to the popcorn. And I don't know if they lost it in translation. They hire Mexicans or whatever that just don't seem to understand the way it's supposed to be. But it seems to me it's caramel covered popcorn with caramel peanuts. Okay. And I think what they think is that we take the caramel corn, popcorn, put it in the bag, and we throw a handful of these caramel covered peanuts in there, and they all go to the bottom of the bag. That's not Cracker Jacks.
I love Cracker Jacks ever since I was a kid.
Yeah, they're good. Yeah, molasses.
They don't have enough peanuts though. That's the gold. Yeah.
Fiddle Faddle is good. I like Fiddle Faddle. That's pretty good. And they used to have this stuff that was they took it off the market. In fact, it was called Screaming Yellow Zonkers. Those were awesome. That was. I mean, it had a real buttery flavor to it. Those were good. You get eat a whole bag of those just before you even do it. I was like, oh wow, man, I really munched out here. Yeah.
Tonight, my wife's making peanut butter cookies. Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Lovey-dovey.
I like making cookies.
Yeah, she's doing it for the boy. He wants grandma's recipe. Yeah. So.
Oh man, that feels good, man. Getting that all iced down. Oh,
Got to use your other arm.
I do. You know, thing is, though, is that I get going out there, and then, you know how it is, man. You get going, then you forget, and you just want to get stuff done. You know, it just, you know,
When you get up to do a job, you got to keep saying, "I'm not 25 anymore."
I know, but it's hard. I'm always full bore. Also,
Same thing. I took me a while, but I no longer do as much in a day. But I still get it. I get it done over 2 days. That's all.
yeah.
I just
I
got
know.
the moss cleaned off for the house the other day, so that worked out pretty good. I didn't have to get up there; I had a guy do it, and it was pretty reasonable.
Hey, Rollins.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening.
Still in the old living room from last week, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which screen I have to go to move it. So, anyways, I guess I'll be here for a little bit.
You click on settings on the bottom, then you go to virtual background.
Oh, okay. There we go.
And then you can
Thank
pick
you.
you can take any picture on your computer and add it in there.
Susie won't like the one I want to put up. So I'll tell you, I guess we'll just do it like that for a little while. So, but anyways, I mean, unfortunately, you're still, or at least you had bad troubles with your brother, which you've discussed before. Sounds like he's a pain in the butt.
He just doesn't want to take blame for his own failure. So he's got to blame somebody else.
That's a damn shame.
Hey, Leon, you want to go inside?
So, again, we were never close. If I didn't call him, I wouldn't hear from him other than my birthday card. That's it.
Right.
So, you know what? Every time I called him, took the time, like people say, I took that 45 minutes of my life and gave it to you because I can't get that back.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, that's your deal. You made your bed now. Don't come to me for help because you're a failure. It ain't happening.
My middle sister, older middle sister, she and I don't hardly ever communicate. But if something ever happened to her, I'd have to go stomp somebody's head in. But other than that, yeah. Then the older one and I, we talk. Sometimes we want to talk for 6 months, then we'll talk for 3 weeks in a row for hours. So.
We never really. If I didn't call, we didn't talk. So let's put it that way.
Yeah.
When I don't want to get it. When I first had my house built, and I called him, I said, I'm moving in. He says, oh, I'd like to come out and see it. That was the last time I saw him. That was 25 years ago. Okay. And when he came out, we were moving things in the house, and he didn't offer to pick up a box. Okay.
Some people never change. They haven't ever had to.
And
they're just not going to change. And
a year later, my mother came here. She stopped at the house at Elmont, and then my brother was going to drive her upstate. So that's where she would spend the summer. And I says, why aren't you going to come see the house, Mom? Nah, Mark don't want to drive all the way out there. Yeah, okay, it's an hour ride. Okay, but Mom, you don't. So obviously you don't want to see it. Otherwise, you would have just told him, take me to Andy's house. So that's the deal, So I lived with that from, so that's that. Like, what else can I do?
poor decisions and bad behavior usually go hand in hand with people like that. And I'm reminded, like that movie that had what's the name in it? Mike Myers in it. What was it? Gosh, when it was a Spawn 007. What the heck was it? It was anyway. He played a number of characters in it, and one of them was Dr. Evil, and his son was telling him, he told his son, well, tonight we're going to do this, that, and the other thing, and you're invited to go with it. And his son says, oh, no, I can't make it because, there's a good porn going to be on, tonight. I want to watch that. And Dr. Evil, he looks at him and goes, and that's the way you want to live your life. And you know what? That's what you have to do to people that have bad behavior or decision making. You just go, and that's the way you want to live your life. You know what I mean? And you come and complain to me that you're all screwed up, or you need help, or you need this, and you made bad decisions, but you keep doing that. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense to me. People are screwed up. They're just screwed up.
The one thing that blows me away about my brother, not so much
Austin Powers. That's it. Austin Powers. That was the movie.
He went. He worked on a family tree and he's got, forget about how many people he's figured out who we're related to because of my mother's side of the family. So he went to oh God, what's the name? Where did he go? Not Germany, Hungary. I can't think of the name. It starts with a V, I think. Vienna. He made contact with ancestors connected through the family tree. He went to Vienna. My mother paid for it. And hooked up with all these people that we didn't know we had. But the point is my mother went through the Nazi Hitler era, came to this country 19 whatever, I don't know the year, but the last boat that made it across before everything broke loose. And he knows this whole history of all the family, because the family is Jewish on my mother's side, okay? And he knows all this history, all right? But yet he comes out and says Trump's a Nazi. And so I said, where are you coming from with the history you've uncovered that you've invested so much time in the family tree? How can you make statements like that?
I'm a fat guy too, James.
Sorry, Andy. People are craving certain foods now.
Yep. Pineapple calzones fully stuffed.
Calzone.
And cookies. Pie.
We're getting diabetes just
I do
talking
like pie, everyone's.
Oh, I love pie. I love blackberry pie, apple pie. I really like blackberry.
Apple. A slice of ice cream.
Yeah, we used to pick blackberries at the old house because there was a pond next to us, all bushes, and then we'd make pies, like a bunch of them, and then freeze the berries and make more. My wife used to get the apple machine out here, that peels the apples, and put them in the freezer with the cinnamon and everything on it. So all you got to do is yak it in the crust and cook it. Love that. Oh, I'm stuffed.
There you go, hobbies. We did we went to a Mexican restaurant last night, Susan and I did. And we probably brought home 3/4 of the food that we ordered. So we had that for dinner tonight. And then for dessert, we both had the little tub of ice cream. And it was chocolate with chocolate chips, and it was just way too much chocolate. I mean, it was just like, and I thought I'd never actually say those words, but yeah, that's been my big adventure for the day.
Yeah, my mom would fatten you up. Everything she made was awesome. So from salads all the way to yeah.
That's the way my mom was too. My mom, she made good meals, good hearty meals. Well, because we have 5 kids in the family, so yeah. My old man, he'd come home. Dinner was on the table at 5 o'clock. That's just the way it was. Everybody's going to eat dinner at 5 o'clock. That's when dinner was going to be served. And he got that from the Navy. He was a retired chief. So, yeah, he ran that house like a ship. Yep. Every Sunday we had field day. We'd go to church and we'd come home, and then we had field day for the rest of the day. Just taking stuff and cleaning up, and that was field day.
Oh, fajitas, yeah. See, that's
There you go.
when I was on a diet. I had a special fajita dinner I'd make. It was low, believe it or not, low calories, but you cheat. You fill it with a lot of different stuff, and of course there were chicken, and I would love that. Yep. We got a lot of fajita mix in the house. Turkey. Speaking of which, the turkeys are back. They're gobbling every morning in the yard. They are back. Did you guys see where that guy got attacked by a bobcat?
I heard something about, but I didn't watch the entire report. Apparently, he did survive and everything, right?
He was in full camo, and this time he sat between 2 trees, and from the cat's view, and the turkeys are yakking, and he's turkey hunting, and from the cat's view, from behind him, his head looked like a turkey.
Wow.
And so the cat jumped up on behind him and just missed his eyes, scratched his face. The guy's like 84 years old, scratched him right there, and while he was biting him in the neck, and the guy shook him off, and he didn't want to hurt the cat because he knew the cat was just going after a turkey, but he thought his head was a turkey. That's pretty scary. He almost lost his eyes. So
yeah, they said he'd been turkey hunting in the same area, or been turkey hunting since the early 70s. So like I said, I walked about half the report,
and usually he sits against a big tree, and this time he didn't, and he got the cat. Anyway, he didn't want to kill it or anything. He knew the cat didn't know. It's just doing his cat things. So
Vanessa was having classic grade school lunch, turkey gravy and over toast.
The one thing great about the grade schools and junior high, they always had the best rolls, fresh. I don't know, at least where I went to school, they had the best rolls. You put butter on them. Oh my gosh, just fresh, beautiful, homemade. Yeah, that's one thing I remember. So the kids are always eating rolls and not, stuff that's good for you. They just get a whole bunch of rolls.
Oh, Andy, yeah, you're saying about the Henderson, and yet the full Henderson outfit is like over $800, and Midway shows that the Hornady would be about $650. So yeah, it's a couple hundred cheaper. But I guarantee you, it's going to be typical Hornady garbage when it comes to their trimmers. I have one that, if I had
I
to
don't
pay too much for it, I'd throw it out the window.
There's a couple of videos on it now online, and they look no problem. This look more easier adjustable than the Henderson.
Yeah.
And he only did like 10 or 15 cases, and once he said it, every case came out the same. So I don't know that it's really any different or better. He said from his information, he found that the motor on the Lyman was far superior. It was, but I don't know. I don't know.
Right.
He owned the other one. He didn't say he owned Anderson. He just said from his findings.
Well, the biggest thing with the Hornady, and I don't know, I'm just taking a guess here, but I think it wouldn't be a long shot. It's probably all made in China. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas Henderson it's nice. I mean, I've only played with it for about 10 minutes. I got, just kind of figured it out real quick. It's a really nice unit. I'm certain the Hornady will be nice and, relatively smooth.
I think I thought it was Lyman that made it.
I couldn't find anything about a Lyman, but Hornady has a knockoff of it.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Lyman. I don't know why.
Are you talking about the benchtop like hand crank? But
no, this is
it's like
Henderson came out with this really neat setup where it's a powered trimmer, and you can use a drill or you can buy a motor for it. And but it runs on has two rods that the case trimmer itself or the case holder runs in on. And it's just a really well-made piece of equipment, and you can put the
who makes it?
Well, Henderson makes one, and then Hornady makes one.
Hornady. The Lyman one is different. I have the Lyman one. I confused the names. The Lyman one works pretty good.
Yeah, I have a Lyman, but the thing is, the Henderson set up with the case trimmer is the same case trimmer that who the hell makes it? I'm drawing a blank now, but it's a three-way cutter.
Right. RCBS.
Yeah, and I no, it's not RCBS. It's one of the little higher end ones.
Oh, I see what you mean. I've seen that one. Okay, I'm looking at it online here.
So, and I'm just looking for something to get. I have so much 223 that I need to get trimmed, and it's just taking forever. So,
no, the biggest thing to me is when you're loading. If you don't have to load, in other words, find a node that's lower than the top load. It could be a grain of powder left, a grain and a half of powder left, and the case growth is so much less. It's crazy.
What I've found, and I've heard other people talk about, once you take 220, at least with 223, once you get that initial trim after you put the stuff up, after that you're pretty much done. It's going to crack before it stretches out enough to. Yeah,
but I trim it. I trim every time because I don't want one case longer than the other.
Yeah. But yeah, and it's just so just get these and this big batch that I'm doing. It's all. I don't like using the term throwaway, but if it gets lost, it's Lake City that I picked up, it's Federal that I picked up, and I try to get as many loads out of them. But when they go bad, and it's all range pickups and stuff.
That's part of why I bought the bolt action for 300 blackout and for 223 because I'm running seriously. 6 grains of powder, 8 grains of powder.
Oh,
And at 100 yards, I've got a 1-inch group with that load with zinc now. Okay. And all I can tell you is I haven't trimmed the case. I can't tell you how long because it just doesn't stretch.
the guys next to me, I was shooting in 2 different positions today, but the one set of guys, they're shooting 300 blackout pistols, AR pistols, with suppressors on them. And I mean, they were just having a hoot. I mean, it was cool watching them and whatnot, but they were just letting all that friggin' brass hit, factory brass, 300 blackout brass hit the ground, and they were just walking away from it.
Yeah, I don't even, when I was first setting up a 300 blackout, I started, I bought some, and then I started looking for the brass at the range. And when I finally got down to redoing them, making the next loads, all the factory stuff was short. It wasn't below trim length, but it was below maximum, but not below minimum.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I want a full length case. I want it to be just under maximum trim length. That's where I want it.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's like, I went through all my 223 brass, pulled all the LC out of it. And I forget what other brand it was, 2 brands, PSD or something like that. And I took that all out. I converted it all. And once after the first firing, they get trimmed, and I haven't trimmed them since. And again, but I'm not shooting hot loads. In the AR, if I shoot the brass with the hot load, to make the AR function, I always have to trim them, even a little bit, but they have to be trimmed.
Excuse me. Yeah, that's where I think this Henderson's gonna really kick butt. Is it gives you a chance to get it done pretty quick.
Yeah, it's quick to use.
So
I was using, what do they call them, the world's fastest trimmer or finest? I don't know. And I started out with those with 223, and they're a pain in the ass to get dialed in. And when you size the brass, if you're up or down that 0.001, it trims at a different length because it's the way it's trimming off the
right.
The top of the case. So it's like it sits in there like that. It's like, what? And so I was pulling my hair out because everyone was coming out different lengths. And it's like, then I realized what it was, because even though you have your die set up, they're gonna size differently. And it's like, once you put them through the trim, that's when you realize. Let's pull my hair out. Why is one right on the money? One bigger, the other one's smaller. It's like nothing's moving on the trimming die. Why?
It probably part of it's just the makeup of the brass. I mean,
but
you're a machinist. You know more about.
Well, yeah, but basically, that's when I went out and bought the RCBS power trimmer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got a good deal on it, so I couldn't pass it up. And because that's actual full length sizing, it's trimming based on the overall length of the whole cartridge, not off the front. So, so not off the neck. So it's every case comes out the same length.
Yeah,
that's what I want. It's that because
Back
if they're
in
the
the
same
day.
length, then when you seat the bullet, it's going to be seated at the same spot. It won't be seated deeper. Or I'm not saying deeper, but the crimp is going to be in the same place on the bullet. It's the bullet overall case length is longer. The bullet's seating deeper.
Now, what was that, Thorge?
Back in the day, what I would do if I was going to do 223 or 308, I'd wash them off, and make sure there wasn't any dirt on them or anything like that. And then what I would do is let them dry. And then in my rock chucker, I just go ahead and put in a trim die. And what you do is you just look at the case, you put it up in the trim die. That sizes the case. That's how tight a trim die is that it actually sizes the case, and it squeezes down the neck. And what I would do is you just knock off the top that protrudes with a file. The problem with doing 223 is that you start with a pile of brass, a small pile of brass, and it seems to me like you work, and then you get done, and you look over there, it's still just a small pile of brass, but you're done. But when they were done, knocking the top of the cases down, they were all same length. And what I would do is I just put them in my tumbler and just tumble them, with the little rods in there, and I tumble them, and then what that does is it deburrs all the the edges on the mouth of the case. So when you go to load, what I would do is I would just go ahead and just take a 223 die, put it in there, and then just pass the neck through that. I didn't have to size the case because the case is already resized, and just all I had to do was just expand the neck on the case and accept it and pull it, and that's it. It worked pretty good. And I only probably shot my 223 or 5.56 brass 3 or 4 times. You know what I mean? And by that time, I would just go out and get new brass. Yeah, it seems to me like you work forever, and just like all day long, and then look at what you accomplished. Just a little pile of brass. You start with a little pile of brass, and you ended up with a little. So you just think, all that work, and I should have this huge pile. It's not.
I guess I'm a little lucky that way because
I had a guy come up to me. He said, Andy froze up.
I didn't freeze up.
Yeah, Andy, I didn't hear what you were saying. You froze up.
Froze up.
Froze up right now.
I'm watching the YouTube channel.
Yeah, he's not freezing. Yeah,
Not freezing.
it's got to be your connection.
On me.
Yeah, Thor's was road butting just a little bit.
Yeah, I got a bad connection.
What I was trying to say was I collect up all my brass for the end of the season. All right, and then they all get deprimed one sitting. Not once. The priming is quick, but okay. But sizing, I work an hour. That's it. I come home every night, spend some time with the wife, go downstairs for an hour, and it doesn't matter if it takes me 6 weeks to size everything because I'm not in a hurry. And the same thing with the trimming. When they're all sized, okay, and washed, then I go trim them, and whatever it takes. If I want to go an hour and a half, I go an hour and a half. But I won't sit down and do 2,000 of them in one sitting. That's ridiculous. But I have my attitude is I can't really shoot in the winter. I don't shoot in an indoor range, all right? And I just process everything over the winter, or everything I shot gets reloaded over the winter. So it's to me, that works for me. I mean, sometimes I'll come home from the range, I put everything away, I'll take the brass from the day and deprime it, and then I throw it in the corresponding bucket. That the next step is sizing, washing. When I get enough to do a wash, I'll do a wash, and then when that, and throw them in the clean bucket. And so at the end, they all wind up clean and ready for sizing. So I won't spend that much time at a sitting. I'll spend more time even reloading. I mean, if I'm doing 9mm, I'm doing 200 plus an hour. So an hour is plenty of time for me. I mean, because if I do it for 5 nights, I did 1,000 rounds already without trying. 223, 300 blackout, 3006 takes longer because I weigh every charge. But I have 2 powder measures running. I have two electric powder measures. Actually, I have 3 of them when I want to. Okay, so I'll load a block of 50 with powder, then I go over to the next step and seed all the bullets, and then I'll go to the next step and then, trim them all. So.
Yeah. When it comes to my bigger stuff like my high grade 308 or my 30-06, I'll do about a batch of 50. I'll do something with it. Then about then I don't want to use the term board, but that's the best way I can describe it. yeah, and it's like, oh, okay, well now I'll do the next step, and then just do these batches of 50, and in a couple days, like you said, you get that taken care of.
I'm in no hurry. And the same thing now. Now I'm getting ready to start doing more casting already, because I've already loaded everything for this year, and now I want to replace the bullets, so I don't have, and I don't care if I go outside for an hour, whatever I cast, it doesn't matter. Okay. I'll turn the pot on when I get home, go in with the wife for an hour, come back out in an hour and a half, and I'll get plenty of bullets in that time frame.
Yep.
Even I'm doing the zinc, I'm only working with 2 cavity molds, so I'm still getting 150 to 200 plus bullets in an hour. Can't complain. It's
Exactly.
enough.
Yeah.
And then the next night I'll take those 200 and I'll size them. And then because after I size the bullets, I put them in a wet tumbler with ceramic stones, because zinc will leave that little tiny bit of a seam, from the mold, and it takes it right off. And they're ready to go. And then I put my magic powder in it, so that I turn them dark gray instead of silver, so people think they're lead.
William, man, maybe it's on my favorites or whatever. I found a place that they're not always in stock, but it was really cheap, and it's once fired 380 brass from some police range or something. I'll try and look it up on my favorites, but I don't know if I can find it.
Oh, well, let me look here. See if I can yell out some companies that I've worked with.
First place I would check if I can find the damn name is not Starline, but Top Brass. They do, they recondition. I don't know if they have any 380 right now, but they usually have, of course, 223 and 308.
You got Blue Ridge Brass. I'm just reading it off. Sorry if I interrupt. Blue Ridge Brass. These are people I've actually bought from. So, Diamond K Brass. They have deals too. You buy 500 or you buy 1,000, they give you the extra 250 or something like that for free. Or you buy this brass and they'll give you 500 free and 9mm or whatever. But they have good prices. Who else? I'm just looking. I guess I'm just going through my list here. So.
Okay, I just pulled up Top Brass, and they only have 40 and 9mm at the moment, but they're one of those outfits that you check often, because you never know what you might find.
Man, I got so much stuff on my favorites. It's going to take forever to find it. I think it was like 3 cents, 3.5. And then if you buy more, it's cheaper. Maybe that sounds too much. I don't know.
Sage's Reloading Supply. He's ex-military people, all veterans run company. He's
Sage
not
Outdoors? You mean
Sage's Reloading Supply.
Oh, not Sage Outdoors?
No, Sage's Reloading Supply. I've bought from them in the beginning when I was buying brass.
Man, where the heck is it? I found one that was taken over by a virus or something. So it's no longer on my favorites anymore. Somebody hacked their site.
I mean, there's a lot of them out there. I mean, I don't even have bookmarks for because I get emails from them every day, so I don't remember who they are. But there are a lot of companies out there with brass.
Okay, Republic Ammunition. That's
right.
That's the one that Hot Shot works for.
Hot.
Or Hot. Yeah, I'm sorry.
They're good. Their prices are good.
Yeah, they have 380, 2,000 pieces in stock for, it looks like it's going to be $200. $200 for 2,000 pieces, and it's cleaned. I don't know if it's fully processed. Let's see what is magnetic screen, milled, hand inspected, military breast may be included. Each bag can. Okay, yeah, it just
380.
Put the shipping in your cart, and you're going to get your answer. The shipping's expensive.
the but yeah,
You're shipping with all everything. Factory
Diamond Cape Brass 380 ACP, once fired 1,000 rounds, $53.50.
Yeah, I found I had this great place, and it was a chipped price. You always have to factor shipping because you get to your cart and you go, "Oh my God, no way!"
Well, this place, Diamond Cape Brass, is pretty good. If you sign up for their newsletter, they do run specials all the time.
Minnie, don't tear up the couch. Let's see. Hubby's had a question. Can you make 380 out of 9 brass? No, it's tapered different.
No.
That's why you can't. That's why you can't run 9 through a bulge buster for 380. It's different. Yeah. So that's a no-go.
You got to use 9mm Makarov, they call it. Makarov. That's the one that you can bulge bust 380s with.
Yeah, the 9 macro. Well, no, you can bulge bust 380s. You mean 9.
Oh, I'm sorry.
says-
That was 9.
yeah.
Right. I'm sorry.
Lee says you can't bulge bust any 9 with their stuff. So
Yeah.
even though if it's, yeah.
I got the Makarov from Lee, and I'm using the bulge buster with it, and it worked when I had a bunch of bulge cases.
The good news, William, is everyone's shooting 380s again now because of all the tiny pocket pistols. And so it's very popular again. You find it all over the place, even ranges, pick it up off the ground. So it's pretty available. So yeah, 380 is different than 9. Yeah. So I had a bunch, left it in a wet tumbler, and it turned pink. You probably had some citrus in there.
yeah, that's your copper leaching out, I do believe, or is it the nickel? It's something bad going on.
I wonder if he had some lemon shine or some citrus in there also. Anyway.
I've never even shot a 380.
Yeah, I thought it was. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Kyle says he even lives 380 now, and it's like, yeah.
I thought it was done with them until the Ruger LCP Max came out. They're 13 rounds in a tiny little pistol.
If I had the money at the same time, I found one of those Beretta. It's not the Bobcats, but it's like a small. It looks like a small 92, but it's a 380. It's a full size gun. I can't think of what that model number is.
The Cheetah or the 84 Cheetah.
Yeah. If I had the money at the same time that I could find one that's in nice shape, that's about the only 380 I have any interest in. And it's just because it's a Beretta, and it looks like it'd be a fun gun to play with. I mean, I wouldn't use it if I can squeeze any kind of 9mm into my pocket. I'll take that over a 380 any day. So.
Well, the 380s for like a little backup pocket shorts gun, but
or if I had a Mac machine gun.
As far as the Beretta goes, you must have missed the video when my son ordered one, the Beretta 84 Cheetah from PSA for $299, and
Okay. I remember now that you mentioned, I remember you talking about. I just
it was mint, and then he got one, and his was in pretty good shape. Other people, it's they're surplus, so it's roll of the dice. But my son's is like brand new. So,
yeah, I remember when those were bouncing around, and that I just didn't have the money at the time. And
well, they've been.
Hey, whoa,
Pat.
Hey, Pat.
Hey,
What
Pat.
is behind Pat? Let me see this. Is that a dog or a? Oh my God! Humping a table.
No, it's a robot dog.
Yeah.
Patriot Paul is here. Hey, Patriot Paul. Good to see you, Patriot Paul. How's the Godfather? Is he doing? Anyway, yeah, Jag. I like I like the Bursa 380, Bursa Thunder. I really like that. We have that one suppressed. It's awesome. Always those were like the top selling 380s back then because they were reliable. Where the PPKs were gacking all the time. You had to send them back. Heavier trigger, and the Bursas were awesome, and they were $200. So we have the Bursa. We have two Ruger Max pocket pistols. We have two of the what are they? The VZs machine pistols. And what else we got? There's something else we have. So now we got a bunch of 380s. I thought I'd never, ever go back to 380. And it all started with the Max. Now I have the dies, and I load for it. But they're fun when you got a can on them. You put a can on that little machine pistol with the pistol brace on it. Hell yeah. Because it's naturally quiet. Let's see.
I even loaded up a bunch of 380 to shoot this year because I don't shoot that gun too often. I have the Browning BDA.
Yeah. And that takes the same mags as the 84.
Yeah, I love mine.
He sent. I gotta quit saying he sent us brand new Beretta magazines, 2 of them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So my son's all set up. I got him a couple Megars, which is same thing, but have Beretta on them is way cooler. So yeah, that deal from PSA is awesome. They were still doing it. I got an email maybe last month. They were still selling that pistol. I don't know what shape they're in anymore, but they must have had a ton of them. And it's like a miniature 92.
now I would not be opposed to this Taurus 58 that apparently has just hit the market. That
there's a Taurus. There's like a T-Sauce or something. There's some Turkish ones.
yeah, the garage guy just posted up about. I just pulled it up. That it looks good in the pictures. So.
But I would just get the surplus. I mean, how much is the Taurus? Get the real Beretta.
Well, yeah, it's
$299.
yeah, it's showing 604.99. But
All right, guys, I'm going to bail on you. I'll be in a side chat for another 5 or 10 minutes and off to bed. So everybody have a great weekend. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
okay, see you in a little bit.
Thanks for coming on, Andy.
I'm going to do the same, Jim. I'm going to do the same. My internet is just like all screwed up. So.
Okay. Good night, Thorzax. Take care. Rest the shoulder.
Oh, I will.
No more yard work for a while.
Good idea.
See ya.
All right. Good night.
Yeah.
All right, Pat, what's up? How's things been going down there?
Well, I had some success this week, computer success. And then I was on the chat. I was listening to Andy's story about his brother, and then I got an emergency phone call. So I've just fixed the server remotely, cooked Sylvia meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and what else did
Damn.
meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and spaghetti sauce. Spaghetti sauce. And I still got to go cook her something else. I forget. Rice. Too much rice pilaf. So, still got that to do today. I went vacuum.
Hey, how was the meatloaf? Man, that's something I haven't had in a while too. Mm.
Oh, it's cooling off right now. So I just took it out of the oven.
Do you do the pork and beef thing mix or what?
No, she wanted a hamburger, so the ground beef was on sale, the 80/20. So I did it with 80/20. And just real stupid, simple, her recipe. Lipton onion soup mix, Campbell's tomato soup, and half a cup of breadcrumbs and an egg. So it should turn out all right. And what else? Oh, Wiley Coyote's going to pat himself on the back here. I got 750 gigs on my computer for RAM memory right now. Great job I was doing. So, yeah, one processor, 750 gigs. So I'm proud of that. It's stable. I got my big database job done, and now I've just got a ridiculous, stupid amount of memory.
Wow. I got to do a video on the son's traveling gaming computer. It's in a little Pelican case, and they open it up and it's like James Bond. The screen folds out. He did all that. And so he can game when he's out of town, at the hotel or whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, I'd love to see something like that.
Yeah, I have to do a video on that and spot welder. That is nifty. We did titanium with that thing. And you
Really?
couldn't break it. Yeah. One spot weld, and you couldn't break it. You bent the titanium. That was cool. I got him that for Christmas. Let's see. It's almost, what are we talking about here? Oh, the Garrison. Black grips. Tilt up barrel. Okay. Yeah, the Beretta used to have the Cheetahs that had the tip up barrels, just like the little Bobcats did. Long time ago, I had a Bobcat in 22. It was just a little giggle gun.
They're so small, it's just hard for me to manipulate them well. So I'm never really. I mean, I won't mind having some just sit on the coffee table and look at, but it just.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I've seen that, Paul.
Wonder if you can swap magazines back and forth, because on the I had the Taurus knockoff of the Beretta 92, and there's something there. My magazines had if I wanted to use Beretta magazines, I had to have them modified a little bit.
The notch.
Yeah,
I had one. I had one of the Taurus a long time ago. It worked. I actually preferred the safety over the decocker.
the Taurus was fine. It was perfect. Yeah. Of course, all the salesmen always like to say, well, Beretta sold them the equipment and the machine. Yeah. So Beretta sold them a bunch of old wore out pieces of machinery. and and you can have really cool. You can have the best machinery out there. Do the people know how to read the specs? Do they know how to set it up to spec? And and are they will they run it at spec? So whenever you hear a salesman doing that line of that particular pitch, I learned to ignore that back in the 90s.
Yeah, there's a difference, but there's still the Taurus. I never had an issue with it whatsoever.
Yeah, no, like I said, mine was fine. I liked it and shot well and everything, and it just went out on a trade, and then
yeah, me too. I traded a lot, so there's a lot of guns I want back. Pat, you're showing me stuff. You're showing a monkey stuff
Now,
that.
this is to show your son.
Oh,
Show
Okay.
your son that. He would understand.
okay. Oh, so Pat, Patriot Paul, you got one, huh? All right, Turkey isn't Turkey fighting with India right now? No, that's not Turkey. That's
Pakistan.
yeah. Oh boy,
no, Turkey fights with Greece, and the Indians are fighting with Pakistan.
yeah. There's little volatile things going on everywhere. Chinese are trying to intimidate everybody. And if they mess with one of our aircraft carriers, ours versus theirs, they're going to go glug, glug, glug.
Well, they only have 3 aircraft carriers to start with.
Or destroyers, whatever, you name it.
And so, and I'm certain, and this is just pure speculation, but if I was in charge of this stuff, I'd have a couple submarines just hanging really close, low and close. And as soon as things start to kick off, just start, sinking everything they have. That's the way I think it should be. Yeah. And then you bring the aircraft carriers in.
Yeah, I think they're getting a little puffed up when they're kind of like zooming by us. No, they're getting puffed up.
There's a chick. She's Chinese, but she's an American citizen now. Her name's like Lei. Not Lee, it's Lei. And she talks a lot about Chinese politics, both China and Taiwan. And what she's been talking about a lot is Winnie the Pooh is apparently, if what she says is correct, he's falling out of power right now. He's there's a big power struggle going on, and so I don't know what's the latest update. She won't be on for another 17 minutes, 18 minutes for tonight, but she discusses that quite a bit. So I watch it on replays all the time.
Yeah, I catch her too. She's pretty good about that sort of thing.
Yeah. So
yeah, for like the Middle East stuff, I watch Tosi. Is it Tosi? Anyway, he's really good. He's right in the middle of it all the time, and you get a different perspective you don't get from U.S. news or Australian news. Or they know what's going on there, So right now he's in Israel, which is not a good spot to be right now, but that's where he's vacationing right now, doing lives or the news, whatever.
well, unless things have gotten really bad over there, and I'm just oblivious to it. Israel's probably it's probably no worse, no less safe now than it is normally. So I mean, I wouldn't have any trouble going over there right now today. I'd just stay out of the Palestinian areas, obviously. Yeah. And then
And Iran had that boo-boo at their loading docks, and the rocket fuel blew up their whole.
I didn't hear about this. Oops.
Yeah. So, yeah. Oops. And I think they got the stuff from China.
The sad thing is, Iran used to be one of the most liberal and open Muslim countries, as far as the Middle East goes.
Well, the people want to overthrow the government. The problem is they have no guns. The people are already, they're already at their end with all this, their leaders, and their only problem is they can't do nothing about it. Yeah. So it's not the Iranian people, it's just the government.
Well, Patriot, I'm speculating, but I would imagine that explosion might have been caused by somebody in the DC area.
No, see, their local news had all kinds of rumors, and what it turned out to be is components for the rocket fuel.
Mm-hmm.
And that blew up right on the dock, and it, they can't unload stuff now,
Yeah.
So it just bit them right in the ass.
But I would not, like I said, I don't know. I'm just taking a wild ass guess here. I would not.
No, it wasn't us. It wasn't Israel. It was nothing. It was actually an accident, and they couldn't figure it out because it wasn't like they struck nuclear sites or anything. And then they found out what really happened, and it was at that what do you call it, docks, whatever, where you undo the cargo. Anyway,
The loading/unloading docks.
Yeah.
I'm certain Thor's asking to explain it in very deep detail.
Anyway, they'll be down in spots for a while on that section. But
it sounds like it's basically the same thing that happened in Lebanon a few years back with that those silos went off. Remember that big ass explosion they had?
Lebanon makes me think of the movie where the guy got busted for hash and they put him in a crappy prison, and he actually escaped. A real true story. Mm-hmm. And that was miserable. Yeah, miserable.
Yeah.
What was that movie called?
Midnight. Was it Midnight Express?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Mm-hmm. It had Randy Quaid in it. Cousin Eddie. Yeah. That's the last thing I want to do is go into a prison, any kind of prison. I'm not going. You're going to have to euthanize.
I don't know. You're kind of purdy. You'd probably be kind of popular over there.
Well, what was the one that blew up the Teslas that looks like a girl? And 19 years old, going into a federal prison now for 20 years. What do you think is going to happen to him? Because he looks like a girl. He better shave his head. He's going to be busy in there.
Well, like I said, he'll come out about that big.
Here we go. What time is it? Only 2 hours, and we're already going there. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, Patriot Paul remembers the Lebanon explosion that leveled their silos. And I think it was fertilizer that was in the silo, and it had been sitting there for quite a while. And then I think it was a fireworks explosion that started it, and then you got to that ammonium nitrate. I know what that does.
Yep. My favorites are when people are trying to demolish a silo and they go in and it tips over right on them.
Yeah.
All those videos. How not to do things.
Hey, Craig Scotsman.
We got the Scotsman here. Uh-oh. Look out.
I'm
Watch
on a
out.
set of whiskey, Scotsman.
I think there's a little, anyway. I'm surprised Uncle John didn't get his battery charged yet. Oh, well. Scott's, if you want on, I'll post a linky.
After I got done doing some load testing, I moved down to, I call it the obstacle course. They have a wall set up with all kinds of different 2x4s at different positions, so you can take different positions and practice like that. Anyways, so I'm down there shooting, and next to me, the table next to me, they started to set up, and I looked over, and they had, I didn't know what they were. They were just short, they were just pistol, PTRs and Max. And when I saw the guy laying out like 50 round mags, I guess they were 50 round mags. I know who this guy is. I've shot at the same time he shot. So they start unloading. He had full autos, and it was just like, they went through like 500 rounds in 5-6 minutes, something like that, just dicking around. Now they're aiming, and they were shooting, at the 25-yard target as far as that goes. But just watching the hillside, 200 yards away, just get peppered with all that. It was pretty neat. And then I told them that demonstration is a lot like my sex life, expensive and doesn't last for very long.
Yeah, see, you just get those triggers or the safeties now that are legal.
Mm-hmm.
Same damn thing. Why pay all that money?
Yeah. Well, I guess this guy's had them for a while, so I mean it's not. But
they'll burn up your barrels till you.
Apparently he's okay with it, so it was fun watching.
Kyle, you probably have the Lyman casting book, because I think it's got Mauser data in there with Lyman bullets and everything, right? I was just breezing through and noticed. Well, you're probably going jacketed. I don't know. Are you going to cast the bullets or what, Kyle? Oh, use jacketed. Okay. He says, yep. I don't know what he said. Yep, to jacketed or none. All right. Mausers are too expensive now. They used to be in barrels. Now everyone thinks they're God and they're super expensive.
What's that? Which ones?
Mausers.
Oh, Mausers. Okay, yeah.
Any kind. German, South America, any country. Now they're just, and they used to be like on the racks all over the place,
Yeah, at least Mausers are, quality gun. Yeah, better than those Russian shit sticks that everybody thinks are the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Yeah.
I mean, when you can buy a case of ammo and the gun for like $200, good deal. Now it's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy prices now. I had an unissued Mauser. It was really nice, 8mm.
The shop I used to hang out at, they had one of those, is it Mitchell's or Michael's Mausers that they did the big refurbs that they did. And it seemed like, that one we were looking at, seemed like a pretty nice one. So.
Congrats, Miss Kitty. Kyle is here.
Hey, Kyle.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, Vanessa, my mom's fast approaching 85 also. So Excuse me. Oh, she just quit working like 3 years ago. Maybe you only 2.
Love your mamas while you can. That's all I got to say. Same with your daddies. It looks like that dog's just eating something off of Pat's head.
No, it's a robotic dog.
Hey, Kyle. So, what is it? The 314, 299 Lyman had really good luck with that on the gallery loads for that. So, if you just want some, mild stuff, 2,000 feet per second or so, good bullet. But that the action in that case and everything, treat it like a 308, not your 308s. And wear safety glasses, because that was the only problem with that rifle was busted cases will blow the gas right back in.
I also had a Mauser in '06. It was sporterized. Someone did something to it. It kicked like a mule. And it must have been out of, headspace or something, because it kicked like a mule.
Well, the one thing about these Mausers is, good God, they got to weigh 20 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I mean,
and they're long too.
Yes, it's got like, what, a 29 or 30 inch barrel on it.
Uh-huh. And then you can stick a 16 or 22 inch bayonet on the end of that.
I think one of them's got it.
Wow. Tent poles.
I need to check on something real quick. I'll be right back.
But you say the 172 grain bullet?
Yeah, so if you like, they're too expensive now, but for a while you get PPU for it. That's the brass I gave you, is PPU. The loaded ammo was cheaper than the brass, and they were 172 grain, either soft point or FMJ, and I think they were doing 2,400 feet a second or so.
Okay.
We were 174, but with a twist rate like that, you could run a 150 grain in that, no trouble. The only thing is the bore's a little big, so it likes a 312.
Right. Yeah. I found that out. Ricky Baird let me use one of his molds, and it's dropping them at I think 311, and then after I powder coated them, they're at like 3125.
Yeah, you should be. You should be fine.
So I'm thinking I won't even have to size them.
No, it's got a huge throat, and for back then, because back then the ammo was wonky, so huge throats on those, and that'll be fine for lead. But I'd shoot FMJ if you got them.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. I don't.
Oh, don't you have any AK projectiles lying around?
No, but I've cast up a bunch for them.
Oh, okay.
You have to understand, I haven't bought projectiles in probably I don't know, 7 to 10 years, and I haven't bought loaded ammo in about 10 to 15. So it's been a minute.
I'll dig up in the back room and take a look. I might have a box or two. So I was going to do all sorts of loading for Soviets, but we've still got like 300 or 400 rounds, factory stuff before I get to reloading that thing.
Right.
So I might have a box of projectiles for you. I'll take a look.
Well, don't go out of your way. You've already done more than enough, sir.
Right, all right.
Do what?
least I could do to get you shooting, Kyle.
Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff that I've had for over a year and hadn't shot, so that makes me feel bad.
I feel bad because I don't have a bullet sizer for my trap door, so I haven't been to the range with it because I've got one round loaded and 3 crushed cases so far because the bullet's too big after it's powder coated. And, I just don't want to spend $44 for a Lima Mood sizer die for the thing. So I feel you, Kyle.
Well, and this is a message to all new casters out there. Go with the NOE interchangeable little plug size and die, because the little discs are like $6 a piece. And I wish to the Lord I'd have known that before I started this endeavor.
I'll have to take a look at that.
Oh, it's awesome. You can get them in any dimension that you want. They just use machinist bits and punch a hole in a disc, and you just change the disc at the bottom of it. And the lead sizing die, buckets, little red buckets, they fit right on top of it. You just go to town. Just put whatever you want to in there. And it comes with a small, medium, and large pusher plug. If I'd have known that, I'd have probably saved $150 to $180.
I'm looking at them right now.
Yeah, you can't go wrong. I love it. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking about buying different little, what do they call them? Inserts. We'll call them inserts. I'm thinking about buying different inserts for my, not my 9mm or 40s or anything like that, but more precision kind of stuff. And, lever guns and all that. I'm thinking about just going ahead and spending the $6 to $8 for different inserts and using the same die.
Yeah, that's even cheaper than getting a lead.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'd have saved almost $200. And could have had the exact, I wouldn't have had to ream them or, anything like that. You just order the exact one you want. It's awesome. I love it. And everything fits in one little bitty box, and you just stick it on the corner of the reloading bench and just leave all your inserts in there and with the Allen wrench and everything, and you're good to go. What the heck is that? Somebody's got UFOs flying around their house.
That's just the breeze going through my ears.
What happened to all the drones? They just suddenly went away at the election. What happened? UFOs and drones, they disappeared. No, you never heard from them again.
Yeah, it's magic.
I'd like to, they in the press conference, they asked about that. Now I'll get back to you. But, yeah, what happened about that?
Well, I think once whoever was doing it realized that the general population of America is not scared to shoot them out of the damn sky, that they probably thought they'd quit messing around.
I was going to say it's probably ours. Some people were saying it was Chinese.
Oh, that was one of the funniest theories I've ever heard. There was an Iranian mothership flying off the coast. Throwing all this shit. What movie did you just get done watching while you were high on LSD?
Well, see, and the thing is, all you have to do is move to the country or be here and just fly drones anyways. It's not like you need to have some super secret ship come over. I mean, you can buy. Hell, some of those drones are what, hand size?
Yeah. My kids used to fly them in the damn living room.
Yeah, so I mean, you don't need to get real Yeah.
Hell, we were out at dead zero, and Chris from the 740 showed up with a drone and took it all the way out to the end of the 1,000-yard range.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
so,
I can't even see that thing. What? How do you know where it is? He goes, it doesn't matter where it is. I can watch it through my phone here and see where it is, even though I can't see it. I said, then how the hell are you going to get it back? He said, see this little red button? Boop. And it turns around and flies right back to his phone.
Yeah, they have an automatic landing.
Yeah, it's got the automatic return. It stopped right over him at about 10 feet above him and just sat there. Like, if you can't see me now, I don't know what to do for you. But he got some killer video footage of the range out there. It was awesome. He went all the way to the end of it and even over the berm. He was like, I can probably fly it over there to the little deli by the motel and find out what's for lunch. Fly it inside and read the menu. I'm like, damn.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was going to talk Cooper because Paul is here, but
Out of stock, Kyle.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, kind of got to expect that with NOE. Maybe I'll put a special order and get it in a year or two.
Well, I don't think it'll take that long. I mean, they had mine in stock and I had it in 2 days.
Scotsman's just thrown all kinds of spaghetti against the wall tonight.
oh yeah, he's in a pot stirring mood.
So, what if the Earth is flat, and every time archaeologists dig up dinosaur bones, the dinosaurs just live on the other side, and we're digging up their buried? You know, dinosaurs die, they have a funeral, and we just dig up the bones.
Well, isn't that basically what happens anyways? I mean, they just die, get covered up by silt and dirt and volcanic ash and meteorites exploding in the atmosphere and just covers them all up. And 50 million years later, the monkeys go and dig them back up.
I want to know how much the New World Order is paying the person to turn off the sun at nighttime.
Yes. That
sounds like a pretty good gig. I mean, all you got to do is flip a switch every 12 hours.
Right, exactly. Well, hobbies, it depends on how you mean by hollow. I mean, if you mean there's a lot larger and bigger extensive cave systems a lot deeper down.
That's where the aliens
I
live.
have no trouble with that. Yeah. But if it's just like the inside of the earth is hollow and there's a small sun inside there, like from the movies and stuff, that I don't agree with that.
The Marianas Trench is just a landing strip.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, the deepest lake is in Russia. I don't know the exact spot, but it is so deep, it's almost like drilling into the earth. And it's clear. Jag, you're talking about Barb, who was a trans and a suspect. Yeah, Barb.
DB Cooper was trans.
Yeah, Barb Dayton. The reason that Barb Dayton doesn't work as Cooper is Cooper had slight sideburns and Barb didn't. Unless she put on some fake ones. And also her height was off. But yeah, she used to be a he. And, the story on Barb Dayton is fascinating to begin with. So anyway, the first transgender in Washington and most of the country back in 1970.
On the kitchen counter, were you supposed to take this? Oh, no, just kind of bring it in. Thank you.
Antarctica. Yeah, why is it always places that you can't get to or have all the mysterious stuff going on?
Oh, did y'all see where the United Kingdom is trying to form this plan to block out the sun?
Oh, come on. For
Yes,
global,
I'm not kidding. It is to stop global warming. So the only area of the world that rarely sees the sunshine is worried about blocking the sunshine. I mean, it rains 360 days out of the year.
we need the sun. Plants need the sun.
Oh, but yeah, they don't care as long as they can raise money out of it, I think, or something.
Yeah, it's kind of like the California bullet train. You know, a lot of people are going to get rich on this, and nothing will ever get done.
I thought it was great that California put all them black balls in the reservoirs to try to prevent evaporation, and nobody thought of the fact that black absorbs sunlight, so it created more evaporation. I'm telling you what, you put me in a room with a bunch of engineers and climate people and all that stuff, I can just sit there on one hand and prove them wrong on so many points. Like, hey, you're a dumbass, and that's physically impossible. If you don't believe me, stand underneath the piano and cut this rope. I can tell you what's going on.
Is that you, Scotsman? Oh, yeah, it's the monkey logo. Okay.
I had to jump on now.
Uh-oh.
Now we got a conversation, people. Now
Shit just got real.
Well,
put up a link for Paul. He's on a roll tonight.
let's cover the moon landing. There's still debris on the moon, and satellites from countries that wouldn't want to admit it are the ones that also saw it. So if it wasn't true, they wouldn't admit it.
Oh, come on. How is a flag blowing up in space? Get the fuck out of here.
No, there's actually debris from landing equipment and stuff, and it's on satellites from countries like Russia and other places that wouldn't want to admit that.
Actually, Scotsman Mythbusters did prove that a flag made out of that material would
They're
wave.
paid
And
to do whatever they're told to do, dude. You know this. Don't give me that. They're paid.
Well, the flag had a wire on top of it, and when you move it, it goes doing.
when Stanley Kubrick moved it, it went flip flap.
It wobbled because it had a bar at the top of it to keep it out straight.
Look, you got Buzz Aldrin and all the others out there that tell you constantly, we never went there. It never happened.
Buzz hit in the face a reporter because the reporter's like, admit it, you were never there. And he goes, get away from me. And he boom.
Yeah, I was going to say Buzz has never admitted that they didn't go there.
Yeah.
Yes, he has.
Buzz hit that reporter so hard because the reporter was in his face saying you guys never went to the moon. And he actually cocked him big time.
Yeah, but there's also multiple videos of him admitting that we never went there.
No.
Yes.
No, he's never admitted it.
Dude, I'll send you the fucking videos.
They could manipulate videos all day long, but
Oh my God.
why would
They
he
can manipulate videos all day long. They can manipulate you. Hey, we went to fucking moon.
yeah. Why would he smash a reporter in the face for saying he didn't go there? Admit it. He cold cocked.
You know how fucking annoying reporters are. I'd punch him in the fucking face too.
Yeah, he's got a point there, Jim.
Yeah, you can't argue that one.
They
As
never
far as
leave
the
the
inner
fucking
walking goes,
moon.
Anyway, for every argument, there is a solution why, like the shadows and the flag and all that stuff.
Okay, explain the shadows. Let's hear it. Come on.
It's the shadows are the way the side of the moon they're on and the way it is in the photography. And then not being able to see the stars is because it's so bright where you are. It's just like being at a baseball game at night with the lights there. You can't see the stars.
I
There's
guess
there's a perfect.
huh?
There's a perfect explanation.
Same thing like going outside at noon. You can't see the stars that are there.
There's a perfect explanation for everything.
Oh my God.
There's a
Let's-
perfect. But here's the thing: there's a perfect explanation for each side of everything.
Yeah,
Let-
but the scientists and realists that don't have a fight in the game and doesn't care, they are just showing facts, and they debunk it all the time.
Let's discuss the Anunnaki.
What about them?
More and more, I listen to people discuss the story about it. The less and less sense it makes. Why would you leave the 10th planet, which is circling so far away, we can't see it, and you go? It'd be a lot easier just to go to the Kuiper Belt and mine gold there, and mine silver there, and mine everything else there to take back to your planet, than coming all the way into the inner solar system and mining here and getting what little bit of gold that we have here, when you can just grab, asteroids that are they're probably not 100% gold, but they're going to be full of a lot more gold and be a lot easier to get. Yeah, Zachariah Fitchin was an asshole. Yeah, he'd get you to pay him to take naps. He'd come up with a nice little bullshit story. So, but anyway, so that's my 2 cents about the Anunnaki.
Oh, also, Scotsman, they've analyzed moon rocks, and they are not from here.
Oh yeah. Okay.
They're not meteors or anything. They had different labs, and they tested them, and they're actually from the moon.
Right, and you believe the planes that are flying above you, that's just vapor, right? You believe that they tell you that's just vapor, it's not chemtrails? Yeah, okay.
It's not chemtrails. One pilot.
They're dumping chemicals into the atmosphere. I mean, there's the vapor trail, but there's chemtrails also.
You mean to tell me? Okay, let's cover both at once. You mean to tell me one pilot out of millions wouldn't come clean and
Dude, there's plenty of video evidence of pilots and people in the back of the plane showing you all the shit that they spray.
And the levers they pull to do it, and the amount they get paid to do it.
Whether you like it or not, a lot of it is in the military, and it is a secret operation, and that's why you rarely see any of it. But there is plenty of evidence out there.
Then how come all jets have the contrail?
It's not a contrail.
You're discussing 2 different items.
So your contrail is something that disappears very, very quickly. A chemtrail is something that sits there for a long, long time.
Well,
Regular vapor, you will disappear.
And here, all this
Your
time, I thought they
chemtrails,
were just flushing the toilet.
chemtrails will sit there for hours upon fucking hours. And then magically, 2-3 days later, oh my God, we got this major fucking storm. I wonder fucking why.
mhm. I mean, we have I'm sure that the military has done aluminum powders and all that shit, but to tell me every time I see a trail looking at a plane that they're all in on it, but nobody.
No, not all of them are.
There's
That's
one
one of the coolest
whistleblower. Wait. There's not one whistleblower, just like the moon landing. Out of all the people that worked in NASA, you think you would think there would be one whistleblower out of
Dude,
all.
there's
make
so
huge
much
money.
fucking evidence. I'll send you some
both.
shit, dude.
Both would make huge money in books and news and everything, but no,
Dude, they're gonna keep it undercover the best they can, no matter what. You see how many times the fucking news they buy the news all the fucking time to go out there and say it's just vapor. It ain't fucking vapor, people. That shit disappears almost immediately.
No,
Chemtrails, they sit there forever. They sit there
It's
for
like
fucking hours.
clouds. It's just like clouds. It'll leave a trail depending on the condition. And
You are fucking, oh my God, dude.
Oh yeah, I've talked to lots of pilots that said the same thing,
Oh my God.
and they don't have aluminum in their plane.
Keep drinking the Kool-Aid, brother. Keep drinking the Kool-Aid.
They are capable of doing it, but to tell me every time I see one, no, for no reason, no.
Keep drinking the Kool-Aid, man.
All right. This reminds me of everyone thinks McCoy was DB Cooper. So easy to debunk, so simple. And
Yeah,
now
what's really cool is when you're driving.
after all these years, we saw DB Cooper, and they didn't even look into the facts. He's not even close. Same thing.
What's neat is when you're driving east and the sun hasn't quite come up yet, but it's bright enough where you can see all the contrails.
It's temperature and atmosphere. That's what
and just watching all that. Yeah, and then
Oh, you're hilarious, dude.
not contrails.
Do you know how expensive aluminum is? Do you know how much of all the contrails over the last 20 years? Do you know how expensive aluminum is? There's no freaking way. You are drinking the Kool-Aid, not me.
I'm not drinking the fucking Kool-Aid. I'm awake, dude.
I'm just going.
I see all the shit they do. I research this shit every fucking day.
It is thinner. Yeah,
it's definitely thin up there.
Oh.
I talk to people that are actual pilots, so they don't have aluminum in their planes, and they make contrails.
No, so yes, there's a difference between contrails and chemtrails.
Well, chemtrails is what you think is going on all over the place with aluminum, which is way too expensive to do.
It's happening, dude.
And not
just aluminum. There's all kinds of shit they put in that crap.
Not one whistleblower, not even a guy working in the plane dumping the shit. Not
dude,
one.
They are fucking. Oh my God! What part of the fucking secret operation do you not fucking understand?
How do you explain not one whistleblower?
We're talking the United States government. There's no such thing as something being too expensive.
Right, and you're also talking United States government. It's something that is capped on the down low big time. Just like they're never gonna tell you everything about freaking Kennedy and all the rest of it. They're gonna throw you whatever they want to throw you, but they're never gonna tell you the exact absolute fucking truth. They're not.
Okay, why?
Yeah, Patriot Paul basically has, and once you make aluminum, it's one of the most recyclable products out there. Now, is the aluminum that we drink our pop out of the same aluminum that they're using for the chemtrails? I don't know.
There's
definitely shenanigans going on.
What?
Let me ask you this, Jim. Let me ask you this. Let me see what your answer is to this one. I'm gonna love this.
This is so illogical. You can do it.
Let me ask you a question.
You can do it in small amounts. If, say, you want it to rain on a country or something, I could see that military doing that. But to say it's going on all over the U.S.
Why do you think there are states that have literally fucking banned it? Tennessee, Florida, and many others have all banned it.
They can't ban something that naturally happens with the temperature.
It's not natural, dude.
With the temperature and conditions.
It's not fucking natural.
When a jet goes by in the natural conditions and leaves a trail for miles and miles.
I'm not fucking interested.
I see them all the time. How come it isn't raining in Utah?
Let me guess. You think fluoride's good for you, right?
No.
Oh, you believe that fluoride's not good for you, but you won't believe that the fucking military is up there flying shit and dropping shit in the air. Yeah, okay.
Fluoride is good for your teeth. It's not good for your bones or muscles or organs. So,
exactly.
As an antiseptic, it actually does a good job. It actually does what it's supposed to.
It's,
But by
it's-
consuming it year after year after year, it does screw you up. So,
well, don't drink it. Get it out of the water.
exactly. Well, no, I don't disagree with you. I'm glad I have well water for that.
Well,
very reason. But
How about this? How about this? We got contrails everywhere. Utah was the first state to take fluoride out of the water. Yet we're doing contrails all over us, or whatever you want to call them.
You be quiet.
Oh man, that air is really fucking thin up there, ain't it?
These conspiracy
Holy shit.
are crazy.
Look at the camera.
Flat earthers, contrailers, no one on the moon. What's any more? Any more?
I think my bona fides or fides or how the hell ever you say it. You know, I'm not a flat earther by any point, by any degree, and I'm a moon landing kind of guy. But I also believe that they're dumping chemtrails on us.
Yeah, Patriot Poll. They're most have fluoride in the water. Utah was one of the first to take fluoride out of the water, but yet they're allowing aluminum to be spread all over my ass. Bullshit.
It ain't fucking bullshit, dude.
Well, Jim, to be fair, you do use monkey butt powder.
Oh, you conspiracy guys drive me crazy. Now,
It's not a fucking conspiracy. It's the fucking truth, dude.
hey, there's Chico
Hey,
Wise.
Chico.
How's it going, Chico Wise?
Thank God Chico showed up. Please deliver us from this.
Yes, Chico, we're going down this rabbit hole of aluminum and
Hey,
We're talking about Jim's
you
ass and mooning. You know,
billions
You
of
asked for
pounds.
the shit stir and you got it. So
Billions of pounds of aluminum that is so expensive.
it doesn't matter the cost. Again, just like fucking Ross said, it's the government, dude. They don't give a shit.
yeah, we're just paying for it. They don't care.
They'll
And-
spend
and
fucking
for what?
$20,000 on a fucking toilet for fuck's sake.
And for what? To make it rain or change the temperature? Oh, wait. And for what? To make it rain or change the temperature a few degrees? Come on. Come on.
Oh
Come
my
on.
god, I can't believe you don't fucking understand, man. Whatever.
Don't get Scotsman started on HARP.
I've seen the conspiracy theories,
It
and I
ain't a
talked
conspiracy. It's fucking true.
to people that fly jets and like, yeah, just
Herc
Dude, I
does
can literally
exist.
tell you what the
What are
weather's
they
going to be
doing?
by looking up in the sky and seeing what the fuck they're doing.
not one whistleblower, just like the moon.
Dude, again, you're always with the fucking whistleblower shit. It ain't going to happen, man.
It does.
You don't understand what they're sworn to.
If you have millions of people, somebody out there is going to talk and try and make it.
No, they're not. They're not. They are sworn and they are paid a hell of a lot of money to keep their
No,
fucking mouth shut.
no. There's people that have talked on.
You leave Dr. Fauci out of this, Jason.
There's people that have talked on
Oh, fuck
private.
that cunt.
papers. Oh. You guys are just crazy.
Yeah, I'm crazy. That's right. Yep, it's in my name, brother.
You got to be logical about everything.
I'm just a crazy conspiracy theorist, but everything that I've ever talked about always fucking comes true. Yep, I'm a
Like
conspiracy theorist. That's me.
Flat Earth, moon, really?
You don't need millions of people to do it. You just need a few people to do it. Who know how to keep their mouths shut.
It's kind of like climate change
Hmm.
or global warming or whatever we're calling it today. Where's that ice age that was supposed to come in the 70s?
I know, right?
Guns and Water needs someone to blow his whistle. Any volunteers?
I'm more worried about the ice age than I am about global heating.
All right, look. Now you got Hobo out there and you got Jag out there telling you about HARP. Does the same stuff, man. It's all part of the system.
HARP does exist. What it does,
for people that don't know, we've had climate change since the world.
Climate change is the biggest fucking scam ever.
It's
We
natural.
are actually in a warming period between, from the last.
You know how many degrees the Earth has warmed up in the last 100 years?
Really hasn't, but we're in the middle of a warming period. We are in a warming period, and once
Yeah,
that
I
warming
think it's
period stops,
0.0003 degrees or something.
but once that warming period stops, we're going to get back into the ice age. That this is a cold planet.
We ain't gonna be alive when it happens.
Well, maybe we won't be alive.
No,
The last one was only 12,000 years ago. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
but the world
that's
does
literally a
everything
blink.
slow. The world does everything slow unless there's a natural disaster.
Well, when I'm 12,050 years old, I'll give a shit about it.
You think North Carolina was natural? You think all that shit in Florida here recently was natural?
Yes, it's happened for hundreds
No,
and hundreds
it's
of
not
years
fucking
in the
natural,
United
dude.
States. Documented
It's
in
not
the United
fucking
States.
natural.
One of the worst hurricanes was
How
in
is
the
it? How is it that it happens? Specifically happens on an area where they've been trying to get the land, and magically, because all the residents say no, fuck you, we don't want to sell. That boom, magically there's a fucking disaster.
That the hurricane went hundreds of miles off track from
How
any.
about this? How about this? Let me talk for a second. How about this? In the 1800s, when we weren't flying and didn't have aluminum powder all over the place, we had one of the worst hurricanes in Florida. How about that? Who did that? Whose fault was that? What conspiracy?
As far as the flooding in North Carolina, that's almost a repeat of what happened back when I was a teenager, when a major storm went. It dissipated from being a hurricane. It still had so much water that it dumped so much water on the Ohio Valley. My mother's house in Wheeling, West Virginia, had water in the basement, like almost 6 feet high at one point. Because there was just so much water there. So that now,
I bet Jim believes Katy Perry went to space.
No,
I'm not trouble believing that either.
passengers, and they just barely kiss the atmosphere.
I don't even think they left the damn showroom.
Passengers.
I have no trouble.
They didn't even go on the test drive. They never left the showroom.
They never touched a button. You got to be astronauts control stuff, okay? They were
Talking
passengers.
about showrooms real quick, I went and had the oil change done on Susie's Jeep, and I was looking at a 392 Gladiator, not Gladiator, but it was a Wrangler, but it was the Rubicon package. Only $60,000 used. And I tell you what, I've never had a Hemi before. I'll go to jail for it, but
Scotsman in the background, just enjoying the mess he's creating.
I'm loving the attempt to change the conversation.
no, I just want to throw that out. I'm trying to exercise these demons out of my brain, so I don't run up there and buy the damn thing tomorrow.
It's just like the clay tablet that's in a museum right now. They think is real, and everything is backwards on it. It's not even authentic, and they think it's real. And there's millions of things in museums they think are real, and they're fake.
Hobbies, you forgot that Glock is perfection.
That reminds me of the time me and Scotsman went shooting, and I had too much lube in the firing pin on my Glock, and it wouldn't go off. He goes, Glock perfection.
Fucking piece of shit.
Hey, it makes a good hammer. Shut up.
I like mine. I've never had any issues. I've had one stovepipe with one of my Model 17s. Yeah. Of course, my Kimber 45 had just as many rounds through it and never had a stovepipe. But yeah. but all the Glock fanboys, when I took a picture of it and I posted it up, and they had every excuse in the world why it failed like that. It was just the gun had a fucking stovepipe. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, if your gun doesn't jam up on you once in a while, that means you don't shoot. You just haven't shot it enough.
Well, you can name any brand, and someone will say, "Well, I had a jam or a malfunction."
Yeah, and like I said, if your gun has not gone down on you, you haven't shot it enough. My Rock River became a Jam-O-Matic this afternoon, just because it hasn't been cleaned in another.
Damn, I need to talk nicer to my guns because they've never gone down on me.
I was gonna say maybe Guns and War needs to talk to his guns a little bit, see if they'll go down.
Pigs in space. That's good.
There you go.
Yeah, if I have a Jam-O-Matic, it's going bye-bye. It's so frustrating. I don't like it. I get rid of it.
Well, no, it's a Jam-O-Matic because it's filthy. It's not a Jam-O-Matic because it's a bad design or it's a bad make.
No, I'm not talking about abuse or neglect. I'm talking about just you have a gun and it has issues all the time. It's out.
Oh, yeah. If you have a problem, I got a Mossberg that, I busted the stock up and I was going to make a big fucking deal out of it and post up a video of me chopping the damn thing up in about 1,000 pieces. And I just got tired of even thinking about it. I threw them in the closet of bad guns.
What kind of Mossberg? I love Mossberg.
I forget what the friggin' model's called, but it was the 308 that was designed to use AR-10 mags. It was just a hunk of shit.
Well, putting a magazine in a shotgun, it's just wrong.
It's not a shotgun. It's a 308 rifle.
It was 308. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I know what he's talking about, but I can't think of the model number.
Yeah, it was like MVP or some.
I've actually heard from a lot of different people that gun was a piece of shit.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, the MVP. Yeah, it's a hunk of shit. It's never the design was flawed from the get-go.
And the sad thing is, if they had done it right, it's a good-looking gun. It's a sweet bolt action. It would be such a great gun to have if they did it right. But they just
it'd be great if the son bitch would go off.
Yeah.
Well, they did what a bunch of other companies always do. They rush things to market.
Yeah, and the worst part is you pull up their website to see about having it worked on. They have a list of issues that it could have. You're supposed to check each one. Then they wanted you to ship it to them on your dime.
That's bad.
Hey, to respond to Guns and Waters' comment there, they wrote a cock it into space and didn't even burn the foreskin off of it. Katie blew an hand as soon as she got
pistols semi-automatics didn't used to be very reliable. There was only a few, and there was a lot of bad ones in the late 60s, 70s, 80s. Now we've gotten a lot better. Most pistols are very reliable, no matter what they are, how cheap they are. They work. But that's not how it was in the 80s and the 70s. And you only had a few brands that were, known for being reliable. Or a few designs, put it that way, not the brand.
Well,
we're very lucky nowadays.
I think it's probably going to fall into more you can design any kind of mousetrap if you do it right. If you take the time to do it, and you put the right parts in it, and you stick to the correct tolerances, whatnot. I mean, you can do just about anything. It comes down to the manufacturer themselves, and so there's most every design out there. I would think. Look at those. Was the Nugget revolvers that moved forward and sealed the cylinder against the barrel. Yeah.
The
And they were
gun-
doing that 20 years ago, 110 years ago, and they made it work.
The trigger's about 20 pounds.
Oh yeah, I'm no doubt. I've never actually fired one, so I would just have to go by.
Yeah, one of the very few you can suppress.
But the point is that they're able to do it by doing it right.
Yeah, but it's very complicated. It's going forward and back, and yeah, it's. I don't know. Dump it in the mud and see what happens. Get back to me. Not good. Not good. But yeah, we're lucky these days. There's a lot of reliable semi-auto pistols out there now.
Even my little horse crap, little pocket rocket 380, not talking about the LC Maxes and all that, just a little stupid Kel-Tec. The first one I had a problem with it, and it was actually under a recall. And I sent it back, and they said, well, we'll just send you a new one. It's already upgraded. So they sent me a different one, and I've run a lot of rounds through it and never had a problem with it. So much so that I carry it in my pocket all the time. So,
Well, don't use it as a range gun. They have a shelf life or a round count life, and that's straight from Kel-Tec after a guy got hit in the face at our range with one when the slide broke. And they said it's got too many rounds on it. And they replaced it, but the cop had it as a backup gun, and every time he took his service gun, he would shoot that also. And I think they said 32 had a couple thousand more rounds than the 380. But the 380, they said, start looking at 6,000 rounds. That's what Kel-Tec said.
I'm far from that.
Yeah, so watch out. They do have a count life.
I mean, I shoot it enough to be proficient with
They
it.
hit them right in the teeth, the back of the slide.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how we found out about it. And we took them off the range as rentals because you can't count, you're not going to write down every round.
No.
Yeah, no. So we had to take them off the range. The Rugers are a little more robust. They copied, They got a strong.
I love the Rugers. Me and Angel both have one. They are awesome little pistols.
Yeah, it's a neat. That's what got me thinking 380 again. My son gets one. I'm like, damn, I want that.
Yeah,
So
they are awesome. I will be on your side on that. They are awesome.
Size to payload, nothing can beat it, unless you're talking a 22 or something.
Now, real quick, I was load testing today some Superville ammunition, actual ammunition, factory ammunition, I should say. They have some pretty nice stuff. All three of my rifles ran it well and did some pretty good grips there. Expensive, but ran good. Hopefully, I get a decent video put up about it here soon.
And whose ammo is this?
Superville, and they're ironically out of Henderson, Nevada, just outside. I guess that's outside of Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
Are you collecting pistol?
Well, this was rifle ammo. This is they have 223. They have a match 223 with the 77 grain, and then they have both new and remanufactured 55 grain ball. And this is the best shooting ball I've, especially remanufactured like this. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not like the old super fast 9mm. I have a
Oh
ball.
yeah, no, they have a ton of that also, but I was trying the rifle ammo. So, but they have the 9mm, the 45. You have like a 165 grain 45 doing like 1,400 feet per second. Some
Yeah,
crazy
so
shit.
that is the company I'm talking about. I can go grab a box. I have an old box, like the original stuff from way long time ago. I'll grab that. I got to put my pizza in the fridge. I'll be right back.
But yeah, they brought back the yellow box, the yellow and red and black box, and so
It was yellow with red writing, I think.
yeah, it's out in the truck, or I'd go grab it. And but I will show you this if I can stand up.
Man, you sound like me, Rollins. You got to stand up and wait 20 seconds, take 2 steps, wait 20 seconds, just to get your feet back under you.
Now you tell me I'm not going to be interested in this company. Old creepy guy like me, of course I am.
Super Bowl. All right, I might have to take the screen down. Where are we?
Yeah, pull the screen down because you're.
Jeez.
We're in Georgia. Where are you?
Wait till you see how old this box is. All right, how am I supposed to take that screen? Oh, I gotta go into my settings. All right, hang on.
Settings, virtual background.
0. None. All right.
Bada boom.
Enlarge. Check this box out. This is the original.
That's the same style they're using now. So
I know they revamped the company.
Yeah.
They revamped the company. That is a 90 grain 9mm.
Mm-hmm.
But look at how retro this box is.
Well,
Putting everything upside down.
Here, hang on a second.
Everything upside down. And then they would be packed like that.
Oh, look, it's upside down. Imagine that. There you go.
Kyle. To the moon, Kyle.
Well, hang on. I'll flip my laptop upside down. Maybe I can see it then.
I got more in the box here, but I did shoot a milk jug with it. So.
Oh, look.
Anyway, it's pretty cool. I like the retro box. Let me check the tip on here.
Just the tip.
Yeah, see, and it worked in milk jug. This was designed for short barrel 9mm back in the day.
I'm sorry, Jim. We couldn't see the tip. It was upside down.
Shut. Instigators. Revolvers.
London Water wants someone to see his tip. Poor bastard.
Oh, Jesus.
It's fun.
What, seeing the tip? Hey, you started this shit show. We're just
he's probably seen the tip more than he believes in chemtrails.
Oh, God.
I mean, the air's pretty fucking thin up there, apparently.
I leave contrails in the house, especially after a bowl of chili. Yeah. View.
I've heard some stories. I know. I've heard some stories.
Man, that's almost sea level.
Yeah, Aunt Jim has a mass evacuation button that sounds an alarm and alerts the cats. They go into hiding in the vacuum chambers and all that, and then the entire air system in the house is rotated within 18 seconds after Jim walks through the living room after a bowl of chili.
I want a bathtub that opens up to a tunnel. That's my dream. Yeah, just like in Breaking Bad or whatever, or Call Saul, whichever one that was.
Well, what's the point? According to you, you ain't going to be here very long.
Yeah, but it'd be nice to have a secret tunnel. And I thought that was
You tell us
great.
every year this is the last one.
I'm coming, Edith. I'm coming.
Elizabeth, not Edith. Elizabeth.
All right. God, correcting me all night. Nag, 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 nag.
Well, quit being wrong, Jim.
Oh, hang on. Here we go.
I mean, he believes in climate change, so what do you expect?
Here, this is what the remanufactured 55 grain looks like. But yeah, no, just now I'm doing an Uncle Jim.
I saw some of the Super Vel, that same yellow box, when I visited my friend here a few weeks back.
Yeah, it I like it. I mean, as far as factory stuff goes, it's.
He had
I'll take it over friggin' Hornaday stuff.
he had Super Vel and 44 Magnum.
How much was that?
Not cheap.
The 77 grain long range match, and I think they're using a burger bullet. It was like $65 for a box of 50. So
Oh, hey,
I like I said, I just wanted to give it a try and see if I can make a decent video out of it. I think I got some pretty decent footage. So if I can get it actually put together, I'm downloading everything off the camera now onto my phone. So
hey, bud.
I bet Pat's ear hole is hurting at this moment.
So bad.
then, yeah, no, it's. I mean, unless I was some kind of specialized competitor, or law enforcement, or something like that, I normally would not spend that kind of money on ammo. So.
Let's see. Can I go back to the living room?
Yeah.
Let's do this guy. All right. Oh, yeah, that guy. All right. Hey, get off my back.
Damn, Jim, did you drop the soap?
He made another left turn.
Yeah, Hornady bullets are fine.
I love Hornady bullets, but sometimes their ammo is just their black label stuff, the Hornady black. That I'll buy and shoot that all day long. All my 308s like it anyways. But as far as some of the stuff, it just not very impressive.
I'll tell you what I was disappointed in was the Sig Sauer 300 blackout ammo. I've even thrown away all the boxes and everything now because, like this is brand new ammo, right?
Right.
Every like third round, the case split because I bought it just to have brass to reload when I first started doing 300. And this is before I figured out that you could chop down 223 and redo that, and you have pretty much an unlimited supply, and my social circles. But I bought some of that, and God, it was terrible. I even went into the office at the range, asking the owner. I'm like, "You ever seen any shit like this?" He goes, "That looks like some bullshit ammo." I'm
Right.
like, okay, well, cool. Glad I paid like $38 for 20 shots. I was just trying to get some brass because it was made of unobtainium at the time, And hell, this was 15 years ago, I guess.
This Super Val was sold at the True Value store. No date. You guys have True Values? It's like a
Hardware?
Yeah, True Value nationwide. Now,
Yeah.
whether they sell ammo or not, that's
yeah, it's kind of half hardware, half
Yeah.
what would be a store like it. Anyway,
Half outdoor garden and grill.
no, just like kitchens, pots and pans and crap like that. Also,
it's just your typical hardware store, just under the True Value brand.
all right, Pat's been quiet for a while.
Oh yeah, texting Scotsman. The neighbor wants to ruin my paycheck, get me in trouble with Sylvia. Offered me a M1917 Smith & Wesson end frame for
Yeah.
cheap, and I'm thinking,
Wow.
are they any good?
Oh, yeah, make sure it's tight. 45.
Yeah.
Damn, collectible.
Yeah, you gotta just check. I'm looking. Give me a second. I'm checking on the value for you in that condition because that condition is pretty rough.
What do you call cheap now?
$450.
Yeah, that's good. We had one at the pawn shop. My son's looking over. He called me, and I said, "Check it." And he said, "Oh, okay." It had so much end shake and side shake on it. I was like, "Okay, no." It was a good price, but check it. Make sure it's tight and everything.
Yeah.
And if so, even halfway, decent tight. Yeah, 450.
So, fair condition, they usually go for around 5. I would
Is
say that's less than fair, from what you said.
Is it military?
Well, I get it. Trust me, I understand. But I'm looking at it, and I would say probably I'd be more in the realm of like 375 if I was making an offer.
Is it military marked? 45 Colt Smith & Wessons aren't cheap. I don't care what it is. But Pat, does it have U.S. military on it? The one at the pawn shop did.
I'm sure it does. I think they only made that for the military. And
Yeah, but it's still there. Everything legible. Everything looks good.
I can't tell if it's been refinished or,
ground everything down.
yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
You're gonna bring it by, and I'm gonna take a look.
Take a look at it because there's some really bad guys out there. They read blue and they polish the crap out of it, ruin the gun, the lettering, everything, fine lettering, everything.
Well, this hasn't been re-blued. This has got a lot of good wear on it and good pitting on it. It's not been re-blued.
Oh, you're looking at Pat's gun?
I'm looking at the picture he sent me of it.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought you
So that's what I'm talking about when I'm looking at the condition of it. It's a little bit less than fair. So I would say 375, 400 would be a fair offer.
all right. I thought you were just looking one up online. You can see the actual gun condition.
No, I'm looking at the actual gun. So I was doing an actual appraisal on it. I haven't seen the other side of it, but like I told him, he needs to check the lockup on the cylinder, check the forcing cone, make sure the forcing cone is okay, no cracks, something like that. Yeah, in that condition, I'd say probably 375, 400. I wouldn't go over 4.
Who is trying to get on here showing boxes?
Well,
Huh?
I put a picture up in the present, but
Wait a minute. That's okay. All right. So, all right.
yeah,
So,
yeah, no, that's mine. Those boxes,
okay.
That's some old stuff there. Those are originals.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, the old exploders.
I thought a troll was trying to come on here.
No, those belong to a friend of mine who, when he passed away, we had to get all his stuff packed up, and he had 4 or 5 boxes of, like I said, the old exploders. So I don't know whatever happened to them, but I showed
Bring
you.
on the trolls, man. Bring on the trolls. Let's have some fun.
I don't think we've got rails enough for trolls yet.
I've had enough aluminum dust for one night. Millions of dollars in aluminum to make it rain.
It's probably billions, Jim, not millions. It's billions, but yeah.
Yeah.
So that you believe in climate change. That's all.
Yeah, naturally, because the world's been doing
It's not fucking natural, dude.
Climate change has been natural since day one.
Climate change is the biggest fucking lie they've ever said.
Okay, we're splitting hairs here. Climate change is always ongoing.
Since day one.
The climate change that they're trying to use to beat us over the head, claiming that we produce too much CO2, so we need to cut our thumbs off and pay more taxes, is just a bullshit story.
Well, of course.
Last time I checked, it was cooler today than it was yesterday. So isn't that climate change?
All you got to do is ask them before cars in the industrial age, why did it still have climate change?
Yeah. So,
or why was it warmer then?
Why did we have ice ages and drought all throughout history? There is climate change. They just changed it from global warming to climate change.
Yeah.
No, they just made up terms from the beginning.
They had to change it. They had to change it from global warming to climate change.
Well, that's because nobody was buying the old bullshit, so they had to refresh it with some fresh step or something.
If all the energy and money and just human resources that have been wasted on this for the last 40 years was actually put towards cleaning up the rivers, cleaning up, contaminated areas, and actually putting that money to true environmental, repairs.
You'd still have the same weather that you'd have right now. They'd just be growing on top of damn toxic fields.
Yeah, the point is, we'd have some of this planet would be pristine.
Well, they need to go after China, India, all the polluters, all the Asian countries that are just, it's disgusting. Their beaches, their rivers, everything.
Yeah, it's.
But China doesn't have to comply. So why do we?
Patriot Paul, I watch. I watch. Randall Carlson all the time. Also, I'd like to have his tattoo, his face tattooed on my arm, but then that'd be kind of gay.
Yeah, there's lots of theories about the dinosaurs. William
Oh, no, this had nothing to do with the dinosaurs. It took out a lot of the North American, the mega fauna. Yeah, it's pretty much what put Mammoths. It's the main cause of why the mammoths eventually went extinct. We had all kinds of fauna that was just huge. I mean, beavers bigger than men. You know, I thought my wife was the only one who had a beaver bigger than a man, but my ex-wife, I should say. I hope Susan didn't hear that.
Oh,
Somebody sleeping on the couch tonight. Do-dar, do-dar.
Yeah, well, if anybody's sleeping on the couch tonight, it's her because I'm still 3 times her size. So.
I thought it was funny. People don't believe in plate tectonics and shifting of the plates and all that stuff, yet there's a huge bauxite mound or mine between Henderson and Las Vegas out in the middle of the desert. And I don't know if y'all know this, but that's where, or gypsum mine. That's what they make sheetrock out of. It was supposedly one of the largest in the state, one of the largest shafts in the state. And they had to stop because they found a woolly mammoth skeleton like 4,000 feet into this mountain.
There's that's not a surprise at all. And for some reason, I'm thinking I may have been out to that mine at some point. But there's a cave or a field up in Alaska. Joe Rogan's had the guy on several times, where as they're mining and working this land, they're finding all kinds of mammoth bones and other bones and stuff, and just like Patriot Paul talks about. And they suspected the majority of this comes from the Younger Dryas impacts, where is what wiped out a lot of this fauna, like I said. But and I'm certain everybody else has heard and seen Randall Carlson and talking about this stuff.
we have some in the States that have tool marks on them from cutting them up and everything. And these people shouldn't have been here that long ago. So they found that digging a road or some crap.
Oh, that happens all the time. There's also another big pit. I think it's in Nebraska. Where
this was to prove that humans have been here a lot longer than what the scientists say or archaeologists say.
They don't know. They're all just tossing a quarter up in the air and see where it lands. And let's go with 65 million years.
They're all full of shit.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So this was good proof because it had all
ancient alien history historians will say, "Get the fuck out of here."
The aluminum killed the mammoths.
It probably did, Jim. It probably did. The aliens were flying around and dropping that shit too.
No, they had cavemen with gliders. They jump off of the hillside in gliders and then spread this aluminum on top. Yeah.
All right, let's not forget they clone sheep and all that shit too. So
not the dreaded cave trails.
The thing is they say they've cloned the dire wolves, but somebody smarter than me came up with a question: why don't they, instead of worrying about cloning dire wolves, why don't they figure out a cure for cancer instead?
Oh, they've had that for years, but there's no money in curing it.
I know.
Now, see, what the caveman did is they built the the glider out of pterodactyl wings with aluminum framework that they got out of the sky. And what they used to drop the aluminum was pterodactyl nut sacks that they had a rhinoceros sew a zipper in. That way they could control it from the flight deck of the control panel, aka the bridge. They called it the bridge because it hung down from the nose of a skeleton that they had placed on top of the wings. That's what it did.
I don't think rhinoceroses had enough dexterity in their hooves.
No, man, they used their horn, dude. It was a needle.
Oh, okay. That makes sense then.
Thread the bobbin, dude. Thread the bobbin.
Thread the bob.
Yeah. Actually, Patriot Paul. There's a couple people are talking about how how that goes. And they how it's half dog, and they manipulated it, so it's not a true dire wolf. Dire wolves are gone, but they've been able to manipulate the genetics of certain dogs to reproduce a kind of hybrid, I guess would be. Yeah. This dummy is going to call it a hybrid, I guess.
Well, they're trying to do it with mammoth, frozen,
Oh yeah.
frozen DNA that they found.
There's literally like 7 movies saying this is a bad idea.
I wouldn't mind having a raptor running around the front yard, but just get a miniature one. Just have them develop.
Look. Here's the thing, man. I'm all for it. Get them all back, and then let's put all the fucking Democrats right there and let them have at it.
I would like cave women house slaves. Yes. With
Here's the problem.
hairy back.
What we would consider a cave woman, it'd take a couple. If we went back in time and grabbed one 20,000 years ago and brought her forward, within 6 months she'd be wearing Chanel clothing and shaving her legs, and they have the same brain capacity. If they could get over the future shock of that, that's like you can go back even 100,000 years, take a baby and raise them, and it'd be no different than us today. They would have the same brain capacity, the same mentality, the same intellectual capabilities. So it was just there's no difference between us and human beings from 100,000 years ago.
You know that we mated with Neanderthals. So.
Yes, we did, but that's a different subject. Humans, not all humans have Neanderthal
DNA.
DNA in it. Like black people, Southern Sahara people from the Southern Sahara, they have no Neanderthal DNA, but they're exactly the same as we are, as far as the genetics. We left Africa, went up north, bumped into the Neanderthals, and pussy is pussy, and we made kids with them.
Well, they're either kinky or desperate. Yes.
The question is, I mean, did they look, like Barney Rubble, or did they look, just like a homely girl?
Well, they had quite the forehead here, eyebrow. What do you call it? Ridge. But now my question is,
after 6 weeks on a desert island, you would not give a shit about that.
My question is, who mated who? Maybe the Neanderthal, the stronger Neanderthal, did the grabbing and doing the So
it probably went both ways. I mean, like I said, pussy is pussy. Yeah,
I know.
That's like the biggest friggin' clanner, Nazi, whatever. If he was stuck on a desert island with the black chick, within 6 weeks they'd be screwing like monkeys. So all that shit goes out the window.
Pat, nothing explains redhead, brother. Nothing.
What's that?
Well, there's another conspiracy. Red-headed giants with 2 rows of teeth and 6 fingers.
That's a basic coast to coast. Every 6 weeks they talk about that, and the biggest thing the biggest thing that I have trouble with is just the double rows of teeth.
Well, no, so there's people that have double rows of teeth that are living.
Okay, I was unaware of that. So that
Yeah, that's it's. I forget what it's called. There's a name for it. Yeah,
the
And
supposedly
there's been
somebody
people 9 feet tall that are documented.
the oh yeah, I know that it was one of the Nevada Indian tribes. They basically just pushed them all into a cave and set. Essentially, what they did was they smoked them.
They smoked him out. Yeah, that they never found. Yeah, they never found the bones in that cave though
Yeah.
to prove it.
John's water, get that out of your head.
I'm thinking that Neanderthal must have instigated it because they were stronger bone, but they were shorter. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
one day they'll do a cave and find two skeletons still mating. Something suddenly happened in the middle, and then it's solved. All right. They found the sandals in Utah. What sandals? I don't know about sandals.
I have gone from believing in Bigfoots and Sasquatches and skunk apes to not believing in them because it just
Yeah, we covered that last week.
yeah.
All the cameras out there, game cams and hunters. You mean to tell me no one's bagged one? Come on.
Yep.
They're running out of space to hide. So
You mean no one's going to come forward and tell you all about it?
no.
Say it ain't so. Yeah, apparently I plugged my phone in. It decided to upgrade to the latest and greatest whatever. So I couldn't respond to Uncle John in time, but hopefully he got it.
Oh,
My phone, Susie and I have the same phones. They're so old we have to use a crank to get them to start.
mm. Oh.
Don't find Bigfoot on Social Security.
Yeah, I would not be surprised about that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I would not be surprised at all about that.
I'm trying to see if the final bout has been fought yet. I don't like those guys.
Well, that's the bad thing about Apple products is you have to keep them up to date because I've got an iPad that is a paperweight now, except for whatever saved games that I have on it. I can't even get on the internet with the damn thing.
It's probably 12 years old or 14.
I don't know. I've had it for a minute, and it was my son's before that.
Yeah. They don't have the all the other places like YouTube and everything else. Thanks to their software where it's outdated.
Yeah, my phones, our phones have stopped updating also. So eventually they're just going to become unusable, which is going to suck because I actually like the camera system on here.
I don't let them update because they slow down your phone with crap. So
Well, it'll eventually stop, and you won't be able to do nothing. I can't even connect to the internet.
yeah, but I think it's the updates that slow it down. So you buy another one.
Well, I'm not buying another. So they want me to mail it back to them. I'll pay the shipping. Here, take your shit.
Well,
Well,
that's what they want. They, you know, as far as Apple, I mean, they all want it, but Apple's the most notorious about just screwing with you. You know, at least these old phones, you know, you can use it for stuff, you know, for storage, and you know, like sometimes I'll have my last old phone until the cracked screen just got too bad to use. I would use that. I'd have that running my Maps program, and then just have the other phone doing whatever I do with the phone, so that there's, you know, there's because I have unlimited Wi-Fi or Wi-Fi, whatever. I'm sorry, guys. I'm starting to get a little tired.
yeah, but Kyle, yours is so old. The same software doesn't work on modern. You know, they all upgraded stuff online and stuff. So, and they'll slow down. But my last iPad is 14, 15 years. I don't know. And it still works, but it won't go to certain, you know, it won't, YouTube won't work anymore. And then I got this one, and they're on 10 hours a day, constant.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that works on mine are games and stuff that I previously downloaded that don't require the internet or anything to run. You know, it's just programs.
Yeah. But your software's just outdated. The thing's probably as old as my other one.
I mean, yeah, it's a paperweight. And isn't Apple really involved in saving the environment and recycling and everything?
Yeah, they want to recycle your phone and make you buy another $1,500.
Yeah, but the guts are different. I mean, look at a computer.
No, I understand that. Now, hear me out.
Look
If they're
at
so involved,
computer.
hang on. If they're so involved in saving the environment and this, that, and the other, then they should make it where my shit still works as long as it'll turn the hell on. Because right now, what I want to do is bury it in the empty lot in the neighborhood that just recently got sold and just be done with it and not recycle it.
Well,
That way, somebody will find an Apple product somewhere in 50 years and go, them sons of bitches.
yeah, but your iPad's a lot smaller than a big ass old computer box.
Well, I got some of them too.
So it's a smaller footprint. But yeah, I don't know what their environment thing is. So
Well, I can bury it in the refrigerator, Jim.
I'll tell you right now, they're durable. My last phone, what it went through making videos and everything I've done to that thing, and the one before that.
Well, I don't have a problem with my phone. It's just the laptop. I like to use it instead of or the iPad. I like to use it like when I'm going to bed or something like that, so I don't have this huge ass screen.
Yeah,
You know, because
I watch 3 movies a night. Now my iPad's always on. 10 hours is being generous. It's always on. It's amazing they don't burn out. Every once in a while I go, damn, how does this thing work perfectly all these years just with all the hours on them? You know.
Yeah, I left mine off for probably 3 or 4 years, and I'm sure there was a couple of updates that it missed. And if you miss too many updates, it's a done deal. It's a brick.
Tin Man chimed in. He's got card night. Have fun with the cards, and hope you don't lose too much money.
Oh, Tin Man, you might enjoy this with the kids and Mrs. Tin Man. It's a game with cards. You deal, I think it's 5 cards in a vertical row face down, and you deal. You find a spade, a club, a diamond, and a heart, and those are your race cards. And then you take the rest of the deck after you've shuffled it, and if you deal a spade, the spade moves up a card, you know, and this, that, and the other, and you just keep dealing and moving the cards where they need to go up the racetrack. And then once everybody clears, like the first card that you laid vertical, you flip it over. If it's a heart, the heart card has to come back a spot, and then you keep going. And then the next one, after everybody passes, like say a club comes up, the club card has to come back, and you just keep going until somebody wins. I just saw it and thought it's more kind of like a drinking and betting game, but I think it'd be fun with kids because most drinking and betting games are fun with kids. Okay, I'm done.
Oh, guys, let's call it. I'm getting tired.
Yeah.
What? That's 11:24. What the?
I'm getting tired. 3.5 hours.
3.5 hours of rookie fucking numbers.
Hell, I've been on here for 6 hours and then slept for 5 hours and then got back up and I'm back on for 4 more hours. Oh, it's okay. Well, if they're coming in the house, eat them. You have my blessing. Eat them.
Yeah, I got a text from Paul at 6 in the morning. But the story was I was up all night watching movies and I was just ready to go to bed at 6 this morning and then got the text and I'm like, dude, it's 6 o'clock. I'll get back to you. But that's right when I was nodding off. That's how So woke up at 11. So that's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 5 hours sleep. That ain't bad.
You got plenty. See, you're good. Keep going.
I've been up since 4, dude. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, I didn't get up till 5. So
Yeah, but I didn't go to sleep until 6. That's what I'm saying.
Which means you slept after I woke up.
Us normal folk were already up. Hell, even Susan got up early this morning.
Jim, I got up at 4 o'clock and put in almost 12 hours at work, and I'm still here.
Well, I'm just saying.
What your job as a chef?
Oh.
Hey, I got a damn notification on my phone. Did you know that your steps have more than doubled in the last month? Yeah, I did because I'm fucking tired.
Yeah. I assume you have one of those watches?
No, my phone. Just my phone
The
does
phone
it.
itself does it. Okay.
I don't let the phone track me for anything. So no GPS on, none of that stuff.
It's still tracking.
And
It still knows, Jim.
it's a camera, it's a phone. That's it. And
Okay.
I let the editor look at my pictures. I only let them swallow what I give them to swallow.
Right.
That's right. You have an option, they can only you can pick the pictures they can see and then it goes on the thing and you edit it and then you delete it later.
And you believe that.
Yep.
Let me tell you something.
He believes in climate change, so
Let me tell you something, Jim. Have your phone on but idle, sitting in the kitchen, and you go in the living room and talk about the most random thing that you can even think of. And then go on either Facebook, Instagram, or MySpace, or whatever the hell.
And see what.
And there's going to be an advertisement for wedding cards or piano tuning instructions.
I went looking for bumpers, and actually what I was looking for is somebody to install them. I only stopped at one place, but they suggested not to buy the bumper I was looking at on Amazon and go with I think it's Rough Country, one of the big name 4-wheel drive places. Anyways, the guy says it'll be $500 to install this bumper. Now I don't know what the Chilton's book says, but yeah, this is probably $250 an hour for just a bolt-on bumper and run the power cord. Yeah, but to what you're saying. Now, all of a sudden, I get all the extreme terrain off-road commercials popping up. I got the rough country off-road commercials popping up. All the different installer commercials popping up. Just because I pulled up one extreme ad for 5 minutes to look at some of their prices.
Yeah, I don't get that though. I got everything turned off as far as listening and all that stuff.
It doesn't matter, Jim.
Well, I do, and I don't get that.
Okay. That's because you don't go onto the sites and look at anything, because you don't respond to anything I send you on Instagram.
No, Instagram, hey, that's a bad one there. There's one right there that'll track your ass. YouTube will track your ass, but that's for recommendations. It's not listening to you because I don't have everything on. So
You know the only way you can keep your phone from tracking you? Empty a 30-round 50 B&G mag into it, set it on fire, then melt it down, cast it into a ring, and throw it into a volcano.
I'll just sprinkle it with aluminum dust.
Now watch. My phone is off. It is not active right now. I guarantee you, Lord of the Rings will be on an advertisement somewhere in my phone.
That's because your phone's listening to you, tracking you. You probably got your GPS on. You probably got everything on it.
Now I've got all that shit turned off. I can send you some videos on how to turn all that shit off to extend your battery life and all that shit, but it doesn't fucking work. It just makes you spend more time on your fucking phone, cussing and screaming and getting pissed off.
Right after I got off of Instagram, last time I was on, I went to, my Instagram app, and I shut off pictures, mic, what else? They have a bunch of options. I shut all that down, so they're not listening to me.
Yeah, okay.
It's true. They're not listening to me. They can't. I try to.
They're not listening to you, and
Yeah, if I go to use it, they're going to say, "Well, are you going to allow this? Are you going to allow that?" All over again.
Now, what they've officially done is sent you a screen that gives you toggles where you can turn it off. Do you think it turned it off?
Yes, at the app, they don't have permission to see my pictures. There's 3 options I shut off out of 5 or whatever.
I'm more trusting.
Also,
I'm more trusting of a politician than I am of any.
I trust a damn sneeze with diarrhea more than I trust my phone.
Yeah.
But
Something like that.
Safari is much safer than Windows and Google.
And
Now, I will agree with Jim on one thing right there. I will agree that Safari is probably one of the better ones to use. I will agree with Jim on that.
Never had a virus with Safari after having a 14-year-old iPad, and now this one. Never, ever had a virus with Safari or Apple.
I do agree with you on that, but I've also had Apple devices that I've had programs on, or apps, or whatever the hell you want to call them, that I've deleted off of things, which should have deleted my account. Do you want to permanently delete this account? Yes, I do. And then on another device somewhere, like maybe go to my old Android phone, which is like 64 gigs of nothing but music that I plug into the boat radio when we're out on the lake, and I'll get notifications that somebody sent you a message. Well, I deleted all that and deleted the account 6 months ago. How did somebody send me a message?
I don't know.
If the account doesn't exist because I deleted it, how did somebody find me and send me a message that I haven't talked to in 25 years?
I don't know.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying there's a lot less bullshit with Safari and Apple.
Well, if you can delete everything, why did Hillary destroy all her phones with a hammer
She washed them actually.
and then destroyed them with a hammer?
Mm-hmm. Well, because there's still info stuck on there. Of course, you get into stuff that's, you know.
And the bad part about all that was they were government issued phones.
Yep, and they want to talk about the one that got released with what's his name about the airstrike and blah blah blah. Yeah, I know, but
Well,
Hillary,
nothing sensitive was said during that entire conversation.
I know, but they don't mention Hillary in the news, do they? They just want to hype up that for 8 days after the egg prices went down. They went to that because that's all they got.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're bitching because he wants flagpoles at the White House.
That's a shame. Well, no, the biggest one is he wore a blue suit and not a black suit to the funeral. Everyone else was in black, so that's the biggest news.
I fail to see how that's news. At least he didn't show up in a sweatshirt and shorts.
That's the news for you, though. They gotta find something to bitch about. So
It's always something to bitch about, you know.
I got plenty of shit to bitch about.
I don't know.
No one gives a shit. Just like no one gives a shit about them bitching about him.
Exactly. I don't give a shit.
Well, they
You
said
don't-
it was disrespectful, but if he was disrespectful, why did he go there in the first place and pay respect?
There you go. There you go. He showed respect by showing up.
And spent hours there.
But I don't go to a fucking funeral and wear black. That's all. That's a whole bullshit thing. I'm not showing up wearing fucking black.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna be dressed somewhat nice and pay my respects.
You don't look good in black anyway, sir.
Don't tell me what I look good in. You don't know what I look good in.
Well, I hope not, because I hope you're not trying to seduce me.
No, sir, I am not.
Well, you kind of opened the door on that one, sir.
No, sir, I did not.
Well, you didn't slam it in my face, if you know what I mean.
Wow. I think you're trying to hit on me. You better stop.
You want to come over and stay a while?
No, thank you. I'll pass.
We can get a cheap motel right off Highway 20. Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you can.
Oh, shit.
I don't come cheap, though.
How come-
So you're saying there's a chance?
Not what I said. I just said I don't come cheap.
Let's see. JD got the poop.
So why do androids not have GPS? They
I
have.
have GPS.
Yeah. What's Paul talking about? 50 Android phone companies.
I heard somebody else talking about that.
It might not have some kind of GPS tracking, but like I have maps and stuff. You know, I use the GPS to go to customers all the time.
My old Android has GPS on it. That's how I track where I'm at on the lake after a few too many beers.
Right.
I'm like, oh, I don't need to turn here. I need to turn here. Okay. All right, cool. I mean,
Well-
it's an old Android too. The only reason I still keep it is because it's full of music.
Well, One thing I don't, and maybe it's changed now. One thing I don't like about Apple phones, other than they're damn expensive, is you
It's
can't
for,
put an SD card in them, and you have to do everything on the cloud. Well, if you're doing stuff on the cloud, then you don't own your material.
okay. This is for Patriot Paul's new pup, which is a cutie. So I guess it's for the color. So if the dog runs off, he can find it. All right, I get it.
Oh, okay, I see.
Now, don't they sell like separate devices just for that, just for tracking your dog? Like
You can get
put on
you
a
can get
collar?
them shipped. I don't know how much it costs or what it involves, but you can get a chip installed on your dog or in your dog, and you can track them that way.
Well, that chip is just for if the dog gets picked up and taken to a animal shelter or a vet or something like that. They scan every dog for chips.
Where they can scan, yeah. Well, somebody has to sell a device with a color that has a little tracking thing that you can put on your phone.
Well, they do. I've got training collars for my dogs, and I've had training collars in the past that would link to your cell phones with as long as it's in your phone becomes the Wi-Fi hotspot, and as long as the collar is still in range, it'll tell you where the dog is. But they're really not accurate, especially if you're in hilly terrain or something like that, and the dog's over the hill, 500 yards away from you. It may say it'll reach a quarter or whatever, but that's in a flat cornfield in the middle of Illinois. Let's see. But yeah, Hobby's Hobo had some good stuff there. It all depends on the collar that your dog's wearing. How did we get talking about GPS on Androids?
Yeah, because we can't stick to one subject for more than about 5 minutes without becoming derailed completely. Which I think that makes us kind of cute.
Well, it's normal, that's for sure.
Yeah, about to say what's different. That's Saturday.
There's no rules. No rules. Oh, I'm tired. Oh, you can't even see me on the screen. I'm laying back.
I want to hear it. It's 7 o'clock. Well, maybe it's almost 9.
How about them Braves?
How about them Braves?
I thought they don't. I thought the Native Americans don't like to be called that anymore.
They don't have a problem with it. Only libtards do.
Yeah, it's just liberals that care about that stuff.
The joke I was making was like, what baseball team? Yeah, I don't know anything about sports, so.
I actually went to a Braves game. Was it last Sunday? I think it was last Sunday. Yeah, last Sunday, and they beat the shit out of Minnesota.
If they were actually allowed to do that stuff, I might actually get interested in baseball. They already have the bats.
The Mets?
Pat, do you like any sports?
I'm a Green Bay Packers shareholder, and then they royally pissed me off. I didn't watch any games last year. They gave money to BLM, So, no, I like I watch every year. I watch 24 Hours at Le Mans.
I would
Part of that.
think you would be a roller derby fan.
Yeah, but the LA Thunderbirds closed up shop. We haven't had them.
I'm talking old school roller derby.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to that?
I missed that TV show. What was it? Roller Dome or something?
No, no. This roller derby was a sport.
I know what you're thinking of, but they had a TV show.
Well, this was on TV every week. It was a sport, maybe 3 times a week.
They still have it.
We had the Olympic Auditorium. It's a Korean church now, but at the Olympic Auditorium, they had roller derby. They had boxing every Friday. They had, and Channel 5 used to, amateur boxing matches and roller derby.
Let me see if I can figure out the name of that old show. Let's see here.
You're talking like okay.
Yeah, but it was the good old days. The women's roller derby.
Yeah.
Well, of course, women's. Who would want to watch
Yeah,
men?
we're not gay. We're not that gay anyway.
Oh, that would be boring. Yeah. But
Well,
yeah,
I think
they'd have the blockers.
Kyle seems like he sounds like he's borderline.
I wonder. Let me.
It was roller jams. What it was.
Okay, and was it like a series, or they're actually playing?
No, it was. They were actually playing. It was a World Series League of Roller Jam. There was men's division, women's division, and I think it was all for all. And I mean that was a killer show. It was what, the early '90s, late '80s, early '90s. I mean, it was exciting. I mean, and they didn't do anything back either. I mean, ooh, wow. And the women's was the best one to watch.
I put it in YouTube. There's lots of roller derbies, but what you have to do is vintage roller derby. And you know what? Here's some from the 50s. They're in black and white, though.
And the women's was the best one to watch, wasn't it?
I'm thinking 60s, 70s would be the best. 60s, 70s. Yeah, that should be the best.
And for everybody that says the NFL is not rigged, then why do the broadcast agencies that air the football games classify them as entertainment, not sports? Things that make you go,
Probably some kind of tax write-off.
Yeah, but still.
We all know it's paid for. It's just like wrestling, It's all one big show, people. One big show.
Just don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain.
Just like climate change. One big show.
Now, give me your money.
Well, it was like 64 degrees this morning. Tonight, it's still in the 70s. So summertime has finally come to northeastern Florida.
Well, it's been in the 40s here today.
Well, it's warm here.
Let's see what it is here. It is right now 68. It was 80 degrees earlier. And it's going all the way down to a frosty 62.
It was in the 80s a couple of days ago, and the skies were full, Jim. And guess what? Now we got pissing fucking rain and all the rest of the bullshit.
Oh, Lord.
I wish they'd drop some of that rain here.
Oh yeah, they were saying, strategic area, lots of military. Let's dump the aluminum right over Scotsman's house.
Dude, I can send you fucking pictures, dude. Video, pictures, evidence, all of it.
Not one whistleblower had all the tons dumped in the U.S. Yeah. Let's see. Pat posted a link. Who's that for?
That's for you, Jim. That's the LA Thunderbirds roller derby, an old vintage broadcast.
Yeah. Well, okay. You got to have the long hair and the voluptuous, you know.
Gotta have the booty, people. Gotta have the booty.
Gotta have the booty. Yeah. Let's see. Let's go back to the shit. Now
I got big hands, and I like to put my hands on something right there.
Let's see. Go to here. Go to here. Okay, now I can click because I was off of this. I was in Uncle Jim 3 there.
Pat gets it. Pat's got big hands too. I know. I know he gets it.
I've just got fat hands.
Oh
Yeah,
boy.
I got in trouble today for that. I told the
Oh, he
woman,
gets it.
All right, Pat. I'll watch that later.
With his coconut oil.
Oh, jeez. I was
Susan just went to bed.
with Christopher Walken, and then you know the guy that in Wild About Mary that had the crutches turned out to be the pizza boy. Remember?
Yeah.
That actor is in it, and he's got big teeth. In anyway, Christopher Walken's trying to do a new way of funeral. He has a funeral home business, and he's competing with another guy locally. And so he comes out with new ideas and ways to make funerals interesting. Anyway, that movie is pretty good.
What's the name of it?
I don't know what the name is. I can't think of it. I'm sorry. I watched so many of them.
Is that the guy that's got the creepy hands and all that?
No.
Tropic Thunder. What's his name?
No.
His character. He had them make his hands
Big and his forearms.
Yeah. What's his name?
That's
Jack
Tom
Black?
Cruise. Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not okay. How did we get to Tom Cruise?
Well, Kyle was talking about big hands.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Tom Cruise. You know, like I said, the character he played, the producer.
Yeah.
He had when they did his makeup, they decided to have him. Yeah, he was going to have big hands, his proportionally wrong sized hands.
Yeah, the dance at the end was probably one of the better parts of the movie. Well, there's a lot. There's a lot in there. It's pretty funny, but you got some real libtard actors in there. Jack Black. Yeah. Anyway, I'm a huge Christopher Walken fan, and I was like, wait a minute, I haven't seen this movie. I thought I've seen all his movies. Anyway.
Oh, Jim, do you remember the old Saturday Night Live skit with Christopher Walken in it?
Cowbell.
Okay, hang on.
More cowbell, I know.
No, hang on, please, wait.
Cowbell Kyle.
I gotta find it. Hang on.
Okay,
Here we go. It's got Christopher Walken in the Saturday Night Live skit. They're in the studio. I got a fever. The only prescription is more corrupt judges being arrested. I thought that was pretty good.
Please don't try and do his voice. That was horrible.
Yeah, I wish I could do a Christopher Walken impression.
It sounds horrible to you.
No, it sounds horrible to everybody.
Now, I have a question. I have aluminum cans right here. How come it's not raining?
Hey,
But here's the problem with their aluminum cans.
Congratulations.
They're causing you to become senile.
You keep drinking out of those cans.
They're coated, but yeah.
Yeah, they're coated. Yeah,
They're
yeah.
coated to preserve the Kool-Aid.
They're coated with all kinds of chemicals, and you're drinking all of them.
You know, at my age, who gives a crap anymore? I went through Teflon, chewing lead, asbestos as a kid. What else?
I'm just saying there's a reason that they package morphine in glass bottles.
Do you know how many toxic toys they gave us in the 60s? Are you crazy? You're lucky to survive and have all your fingers.
What, you got something against people that don't have all their fingers, Jim?
No, I'm just saying you're lucky if you live through the 60s. If you live through the 60s toys and still have your fingers and everything and don't have a dart in your forehead, you're doing pretty good.
I don't have all of my fingers, Jim.
I had a dart in the forehead when I was a kid. The fuck? You got a problem with people that has a dart in their fucking forehead?
Yeah, that's why we got rid of the lawn darts.
You're talking about Saturday Night Live. What about the one that had the doll arm sticking out of her head? That was hilarious. I want to do a video like that.
Now, let's circle back real quick.
Wait a
Kyle,
minute.
how did you lose your fingers? Your finger or fingers?
No, I didn't say that I lost my fingers. I said I don't have all of them.
Okay.
I trimmed my nails this afternoon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought we were going to get an interesting story out of that.
Yeah. It's a very interesting story. I let the dogs out on the back porch, and there were some nail trimmers there, and I used them.
Oh,
I have a toenail that needs to have a good trimming done. I'd love to just find a doctor that would just rip the damn thing out. Then I wouldn't have to worry about it.
I've got some pliers.
When I see you, I'll just let you go ahead and get to town on it.
We will unmount one of my presses, and I'll even give you the gracious of using my vice grips. That way it doesn't slip.
There you go.
pliers and a shot of whiskey, man. Same thing goes for teeth.
If it's got a good grip, it will not slip.
I probably should stay away from the shot of whiskey because then it'll lead to the second shot of whiskey, and then 2/5 later I'll be driving off the side of the road, and Susie will be screaming. And
No, you won't be driving.
You'll be sleeping on Kyle's couch.
I've got a couch. It sleeps good. Just ask the dog or Scotsman.
there you go. Garage guy just popped in.
Garage guys here. I tell you what, beer just bogs me down, makes me sleepy.
Oh, Scotsman, they had a new bourbon come into the liquor store down the street from me, and it's called Full Bore, and it's in the shape of a. It looks like a 45 millimeter artillery round. The projectile is the cap. You unscrew the cap. It's a what is it? A peanut butter jalapeno flavored bourbon.
No. Stop. You already went way up. You went off the fucking chart already. Stop.
I just wanted the bottle. I'm like, do you have a sample bottle of it? And Cliff's like, yeah. I'm like, can I put a reservation on the bottle? I'll give you $10 for the bottle. I don't give a shit about the liquor that's in it.
Yeah, all that flavor bullshit. Yeah, no, thank you.
I want my bourbon to taste like bourbon.
We did have a peanut butter tequila that sounds wrong, but it's right. And
No, it's not right. I'm telling you right now, it's not.
No, I'm thinking about using it to cook pork chops with.
It doesn't matter. It's still not right. No, absolutely not.
Well, I can understand. We used Angel as our guinea pig, and she went straight to the back cooler and got a Coke, and she's like, okay, I'll take a shot. I'm not paying for it, but I'll take a shot. And she took a shot. She didn't open the Coke. She goes, damn, that's not bad. And I was like, really? And she left just like a drop or two in the bottom of it, and I tasted it, and I'm like, damn, it sounds wrong, but that's good. And she goes, yeah, I'm putting this Coke back. I'm good.
No, that is wrong. Period.
No, it's pretty good.
No, it's wrong. Period. There's no arguing about that one, dude.
Well, yeah, there is, because I've only, out of the 100 people that I've let taste it, I think only 2 of them have went, but they weren't tequila people. So.
Right, but they weren't Scottish either, and that's just wrong. You don't do that to anything like that. You don't do that to whiskey. You don't do that to bourbon. You don't do that to vodka. You don't do that to tequila. None of that shit. No.
Well, at that point, it's not tequila. It's not bourbon. It's not whiskey. It's a bougie drink, and but it tastes pretty good. I mean, you're not going to sit there and drink the whole bottle of it.
Look, you're the farthest thing from fucking bougie, so you need to stop. Just stop, please stop. You're not bougie. Stop.
Well, you ain't wrong.
I know I ain't wrong.
Uncle John, come on now. That's going to be Rock'em Sock'em. That's Gary versus that killer. It should be good. Gary's coming on short notice. Should be pretty good. Let's see. What else haven't we talked about? Pat, bring up a subject here. Well, you can bring up controversy if you want to.
Come on, bring up something conspiracy. Come on, something good.
I put a movie link up there for you, Jim. So I was watching Audie Murphy movies, and something Butterfly. What is it, Mr. Butterfly?
Joe Butterfly.
Joe Butterfly. Okay, so Burgess Meredith has got the fake Japanese eyes, and Aso he plays a Jap. It's the most racist thing I've ever seen.
Geez, I know. They did that a lot back then. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but
they
it's a
had the
good
worst
movie.
Asian actor, fake Asians.
Oh yeah.
All right, Joe. What was it called? Joe
Butterfly.
Joe Butterfly. Okay, I'll punch it in right now, and then it'll show up on my search thing. What annoys the hell out of me is every Western movie or series. My wife watches a lot of the series, Bonanza, whatever. Fake engines drives me nuts. It's like, really? That's the best you can do for an engine? Yeah. You couldn't hire engines? Come on. Anyway.
Yeah. The other thing was High Plains Drifter is on YouTube now.
Yes.
Yep.
I think there should be a few on there, a few dollars more, stuff like that.
Yeah, but I hadn't seen High Plains Drifter.
Oh, so, I've seen it so many damn times.
Yep.
Well, we've all seen it so many times, but I haven't seen it in a long time.
I like when they get out of prison and they go, where's our horses? And he said, what do you think you've been eating the last 3 months?
Yep.
And of course, the barber, when he's trying to shave him and he's shaking. Yeah, that was pretty good. And then Mordecai, do the laundry. Mordecai, the midget. Yeah. Mordecai.
Then you had the old John Wayne movie, The Horse Soldiers. That was a good one.
Yeah, but I like Mordecai and Drifter because they let him choose a gun, and of course he picks the gun that's 2 feet long. Oh yeah, Mordecai. Oh yeah, Scooter is here. Hey, Scooter, what's happening? Oh, look at what is that? Frankenstein Avatar. Okay, oil her up. You hear that, Rollins?
Hang on. Let me. Now, what's that?
This one's for you, I guess.
I'm oil up bald head and okay. Well,
What, you don't like bald people, motherfucker?
Well, if
You got a problem with bald people?
I'm a
Yo,
shoot in
motherfucker,
your
bring it.
mouth.
Bring it.
technically, if you oil it up, it won't stick.
Yeah, it'll slide right off.
I don't think he's even got hair on his pee-pee.
Oh, Scotsman, ask and you shall receive. Bring forth the deliverer of said bullshit. Here we have. Take it like a good boy.
Like a good boy.
All right, Scotsman, you're up.
Very first time.
There
Like
ain't
a
nothing good about me,
good boy.
motherfucker. Not one damn thing.
That was so funny when Scotsman had a chat and he just went off on the trolls and they're going crazy. There's just tons of them. And he's just sitting there just ripping these one at a time.
Oh, Scooter's gonna like it off. Cool.
Huh. Yeah, if you come to get reactions, you come to the wrong place.
No, fuck it. Let's do this. Let's do this.
We
We've
can
seen
sit
it
here all
all
day
together.
and fuck with trolls. I love fucking with trolls.
Would you be Scooter McGavin?
Oh, he eats shit like you for breakfast.
Aim for the bushes.
No, he likes eating shit. Must be a Democrat.
He's never seen a bush in his life.
Yeah, because of you, Uncle John, I watched the Magnificent Seven. It was, I've seen it. I didn't remember it all. It had Tuco in there, which is awesome.
You're
It
gonna,
was so corny.
he's gonna shit in your ass on the back of the bus. That's definitely Democrat.
Okay.
I've just never been much into the scat, so this is all.
I would like to see what kind of medical contraption you could dream up to think that you could get your fecal matter into my rectum. I mean, there's got to be a vacuum pump or something involved. I don't know.
I'm certain if it can be thought of, it's been tried at least once.
Oh, who's fixing to suck the fart out of your ass? That's what I want to know.
That you can suck all the farts you want. I appreciate you voting for President Trump. You just one more to put him up over the top.
Yep, it's all because of you that he won by a landslide or a mudslide, may it be.
Yeah, there you go. Think about it. Yeah, Donald Trump is probably the most liberal when it probably comes to sexuality and sex and all that. I mean, we know he sticks his dick in just about any woman that gets within 100 yards of him. He's probably worse than Bill Clinton, except for he doesn't rape. Yeah. Yeah, Patriot, I think you're probably right.
Why'd you get rid of him? Why'd you get rid of him, Pat? I was having fun.
I didn't get rid of nothing.
Pat did.
No, I got rid of him.
I was having fun, man. Come on.
No, I was waiting on Tin Man to join the fun.
That's not in the mood.
Oh.
Motherfucker couldn't spell for shit.
Yeah, but he wanted to suck a fart out of your ass.
Yeah,
What do you
well,
got
there's
behind
lots of people that want to suck a fart on my ass. It ain't gonna happen.
Pat, what do you have behind you now? Something on.
Oh, dibs on the redhead.
What is that? PBS? What?
Mm.
Oh, dibs on what? Dibs on the.
Redhead.
Three every morning. What are we recording at 3 every morning? Oh, they're watching the shows. Okay.
And man, he wanted to try and shut it off like an hour ago, and I'm like, what the hell, man?
We don't even have any trolls yet, and all of a sudden one shows up and Pat boots his ass.
Yeah, I'm tired, Tin Man, and that's the problem with having the steering wheel. You gotta stay in the seat.
Oh, unlike Katy Perry.
Actually, I don't, because I'm unlimited now, so I can just let this sucker run till it just shuts off.
I keep telling you, you need to set up a camera system facing out in your backyard, pointed, just above the horizon or well above the horizon, so you can and just all night long have your cameras running, showing the evening sky. There's a guy in Maine, or a group of people in Maine. They have a deer feeding camera set up where and they just run 24 hours, at least during the wintertime. They have run 24 hours a day, where you can just check in there at 3 o'clock in the morning and see the turkeys and the deer, even at the food lot that they have set up.
I thought it was a Sasquatch searchers.
They may have you'd think maybe some of them would do that too, but no, this one's specifically for the deer and turkey. So,
Maybe that's just what they're saying, because when I used to go turtle hunting when I was a kid, you never go out looking for turtles. You go looking for something else and you stumble across a turtle.
maybe
I'm just saying.
using that reverse psychology on the Sasquatches.
Exactly.
Hey, you skunk apes don't exist. Now watch a big arm come crashing through the window that's right next to me and grab me by the head and go,
Hey, I would love for someone to, get a good photo or catch one, but do you guys remember the Minnesota caveman? They go to all the carnivals, and it was a frozen.
I remember seeing the commercials for that when I was a little kid, and it had me so friggin' freaked out. I was scared. Yeah, there were certain rooms in my grandma's old apartment.
Okay,
A couple rooms in there that just freaked the hell out of me. It was because of that commercial, because I was afraid that damn monkey whatever would be hiding in the closet in that room and stuff.
yeah. So for people that don't know, the story is there was a monkey-like beast in Minnesota, and a guy shot it while hunting, and it fell in the river or whatever and got frozen. And that is his story. So he'd go around to all the carnivals, and he'd have this frozen glass box with a shot Bigfoot type monkey. He wasn't that tall, and it was under a little ice and all that, and it went everywhere. And then he got in trouble when he went across the Canadian border and coming back, because you're not supposed to have a deceased body. Anyway, years later, some Bigfoot buffs bought the damn thing for a lot of money. And when they thought it out, it was a rubber, doll, whatever. Yeah. So, and then they said, and here's conspiracy theories, just like we've been talking all night. Then they said, oh, well, they switched it. It's not the same one, even though the pictures look the same and everything.
Bob Dylan wrote a song about it called The Monkey Man.
You can look it up on YouTube. The Minnesota, what did they call it? The Minnesota Ape Man?
The Monkey Man.
No, it was Ape Man or something like that. But they had just enough ice on them, so you really couldn't, it's like, is that real or not? And he sold tons, $0.25, $1 show, whatever. People would walk in the tent and walk around, look at it, leave. but he got in trouble on the Canadian border and barely got out of that one. So.
Oh man, it's time to talk conspiracies. Mrs. Tin Man's here. We can talk more now, and we'll get her all fired up.
I didn't even see her. Sorry, Miss Tin Man, talking about the Minnesota 8-man.
We'll get her all fired up.
So there you go. Some poor bastards bought it, and all they had was a rubber suit.
A rubber friend.
And it did have a penis too. It had a penis,
and it looked awfully surprised too.
You can see the pictures. Go on YouTube. Yeah,
it was like, oh.
But anyway, that was famous in what, the 70s or whatever. And then two stupid guys bought the damn thing.
We can't get no gas. Let's run down here to the fair and look at the frozen monkey man.
And so what did they do after they realized they got ripped off and it was fake? They put it in a museum and charged people to see it, because of the history. People, conspiracy theories.
It's only a conspiracy until it comes true.
Well, it did when they warmed up that water.
So they do come true.
Talking about gas lines in the 70s, I remember the reports and all that, but actually, how bad was it? For how long? I mean, I know there was probably at least a minute a time where it was like that, but they act like it lasted for years and years, but I don't remember any of that, other than seeing it on the news, for like an instant, but then everybody acts like it lasted for months or even years. I mean, I was a kid at the time, so.
No, my parents told me that it was only like about 2 weeks, but it was just a pain in the balls. You could only get like $5 worth of gas at a time, or $3 worth of gas, or so many gallons, or whatever. But people were so just petrified that they were lined up for 2 miles.
Right.
And they were like, it made it really inconvenient when you were on your way to work.
Yeah.
I was stuck in that. Are you talking about the gas crisis?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was stuck in that. I told the story. All I needed was a drip of gas in my motor so I could get home, and he shut off, put the sign out, we're out, we're done. Barely made it home on reserve.
But how long did that actually last, though? I mean, I know that there was a point in time where there was the panic and supposedly at least a shortage.
I want to guess 3 weeks, a month. Uncle John would remember better than me probably, but I'm guessing a month, 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's what my parents were saying, like 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah. Okay.
And see, back then people were just trying to fuel up their cars. Now the one we had in, what was it, 04 or whatever, people were dragging vehicles that hadn't even seen a license plate in 30 years just because they had a good solid gas tank, putting them on trailers, filling up every 5-gallon can they had, both tanks of their Ford F-350, and however many gas tanks or cars they could fit on a trailer. I mean, they're going out of there with 300 gallons of gas that they're paying way too much money for. And then 3 weeks later, they hadn't gone through a fifth of the gas that they paid $5 a gallon for, and now it's back down to $1.25. I mean, it was ridiculous. We were doing race cars at the time, and we had to stop and put fuel in the truck, hauling the trailer. And we're at one gas station, and diesel was, or I didn't even look at the price of diesel, but gas was $2.88 or $3.33 or something like that. It was damn near $5 across the street, and there were people lined up. And I'm like, why are they over there? And the guy driving the truck, he goes, apparently they only have a Shell credit card. I mean, why would you pay $2 more a gallon to be across the street?
Right.
Okay, I got to clarify. It's called the Minnesota Iceman.
Yeah.
So you can look that up. You can see it under ice. You can see it thawed out. Minnesota Iceman. Look that up. And it started in the 60s. So, yeah. So there's a conspiracy theory that wah, wah, wah. But they claim the body was switched, because he would have gotten in trouble. All right.
Yeah, the great toilet paper panic. Yeah, that wasn't that funny.
Yeah, yes. But
And
to this day, we still buy 2 cases of toilet paper.
Look. The military's been using leaves for fucking years.
Angel was asking me, what are we going to do if we run out of toilet paper? Which I always keep at least a case here, not counting what's out in the bathroom, And I'm like, I'm not worried about it. I got plenty of old underwear, socks, and T-shirts. And if you notice, there's a whole 3/4 of an acre next to me with trees on it.
Well, when COVID was starting to kick off, Susie and I, we order our toilet paper and paper towels by the case.
Yeah.
And we had a couple cases put back while we were starting to run out. It's like, oh, okay, well, we need to get some. And went on Amazon. It's like, what? They're running out. They don't have any. And then we went to Lowe's for something, and they had some toilet paper. And so we'll just grab some here, and then we'll order some off of Amazon. Well, that's how we found out that there was even a rush going on. It couldn't find anything on Amazon. It was just it was time for us to make our normal order, and that's when it finally.
It was the dumbest. It was the dumbest thing ever. So it's a viral disease, and you're worried about fucking toilet paper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
9 times out of 10, when I use the bathroom at the house, that's when I jump in and take my shower.
Dorsex.
Dave, there are, including this guy over here, and it's
yeah. You can look it up. The rocks are tested, confirmed.
they're gonna fucking tell you whatever they want to fucking tell you.
Hey, these are independent labs. All of them said
they're independent. My ass, they're fucking paid.
All of them said they weren't from
They're
this.
fucking paid.
They were the
It's
composite.
just like you don't believe in the fucking shit flying above you and dropping all the shit on you.
They weren't from this earth. The composites.
Dude, it's fucking paid bullshit.
Why are they paid? Why would they?
They're paid to lie. Just like Kyle talking about fucking Mythbusters and all that bullshit. They're fucking paid to lie.
See, okay.
Fucking Mythbusters, really? It is a bullshit show.
You can't say Mythbusters is bullshit. You cannot do that. That is blasphemy.
No, I
It
can,
will
and
not
I
be
am.
tolerated on this channel. You are violating YouTube policy.
It is fucking bullshit. And they're all bought and fucking paid for.
Here we go again.
See, Mrs. Tinman gets it. Listen to Scotsman. That's right.
Here we go again.
On my own. Going down a conspiracy you've never known.
Pat. Oh.
You can test the lunar reflector by looking at Rollis's head.
I have to get all the shit off it first, though.
Hey, don't you pick on Rawless, man. My head's just as bald as his is.
Compared to what? The other collection of moon rocks. That's a pretty good point, Dave.
No,
No, you can find videos. It's all well explained.
it's fucking bullshit.
Oh, it's so easy to demyth the myths and conspiracy theories.
It's not conspiracy when it's fucking true.
I know.
Good Lord, man. Wake the fuck up. Holy
love
shit.
it.
Not one whistleblower out of thousands of people that
They're
work.
fucking paid so much fucking money and have to swear not to fucking say a word.
Nothing makes a Friday or a Saturday like this right here.
One could write a book and make huge money. One
They
whistleblower.
could, but no one's going to because they're fucking paid and sworn not to fucking say a damn word.
And all those airplanes dumping aluminum in the atmosphere, and not
It's
one.
more than just aluminum, motherfucker. There's a lot of shit that goes in that air.
They're all in on it, and no one talks.
And if anybody don't believe in the Easter Bunny, look at Joe Biden.
You know,
Shove your Easter Bunny up your ass, your Santa, and all that shit.
small groups
Good Lord.
like mafias and such can keep secrets, but not big groups of people. It just doesn't happen.
Dude, it's the fucking government. Get the fuck out of here. What are you, smoking crack?
Let's check your blood pressure. Are you getting upset?
I'm not getting upset. I'm just trying to figure out how the fuck, what are you smoking?
Well, here's a
Like
picture.
you're really sitting there going, there's no way that, dude, it's the fucking government. They can hide anything they fucking want to, and they do every goddamn day. And they fucking lie to you every goddamn day.
And that's why we pay them all these trillions of dollars every year.
Every day is lying day. Well, of course, the government lies to us, but there's an extent.
Right, but you believe they're telling you that climate change
There's
is real. Climate change is fucking real. Get the fuck out of here.
There's reasonability in facts. Okay. So,
Yeah, the shit that they provide to you that you think is fact.
Like masked work.
not all shit.
Go do actual fucking research.
Not all shit. Just stuff that is proven wrong.
That's
Mhm.
like Mythbusters. Yeah. Shove that one up your rear.
You explain to me how the Russians have satellite images of debris from the moon landings over the years, and they show it and admit it. They're the last people that want to admit it because there was a war.
You're talking about you're literally talking about where we're at the point where we have all this AI and generated bullshit, and you don't think they had that in the past to where they can go ahead and make this fucking image?
Yeah, but
Come on, please.
This is on the Russian cameras, satellites.
They can fucking tell you whatever
They're
the
the
fuck they
last
want to tell
ones.
you.
They're the last ones that want America to land on the moon, but they actually said, yeah, we've seen it. China has seen it. Other countries have seen
Dude,
All right, hang on, guys. Let me make a point right quick.
Full of shit.
it. Hey, I'm
From
not,
the Apollo 11 mission, there's a camera that shows the lunar lander taking off from the surface of the moon. Now, what happens is the camera is going, the lander takes off, right? And the camera pans up to follow the lander. Now, who's panning the camera up?
Houston.
So Houston had the exact time from 250,000 miles away to get the
No,
timing
actually,
just right.
If you
Now,
watch,
hang on, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with anybody. I'm just saying, did they just leave somebody on there and we'll be back in a week?
No, Kyle. It was attached to a satellite, and they used that satellite and they moved it to follow and do this and do that. Get the fuck out of here, man. It's fucking bullshit.
they tried some of
watch it,
Yeah, when they're walking around.
There's actually a lag from the time they launch to the time that it moves up to follow it up. There's a slight lag there, and that's the camera operator back in Houston not following it, quick enough.
Yeah, although it takes
That
15,
lag-
it takes 15 seconds
That-
for a
that
radio
lag-
communication to come back. Yet it's only
That
a
lag-
2-second lag from when it takes off to when the camera pans up. I mean,
that lag you're talking about is designed. It's not a real thing. It's just designed on purpose because they're trying to get you to believe what they're trying to get you to believe.
You're the one that has to prove it.
Dude, I can send you all kinds of stuff and show you fucking proof.
I've seen both sides of the story, and it's pretty obvious that they landed on the moon. And
They
it's
didn't
also
fucking
obvious,
land on the bloody moon,
it is
dude.
also very obvious that the world is round.
It
very,
ain't fucking
very
round. It was flat, motherfucker.
Anyone that
now
puts
I got to
a-
disagree with you on that one.
Anyone that puts a ship out on the ocean and it disappears over that little round ball called Earth.
Oh,
Here's a perfect
dude, that air is
example.
fucking really thin where you're at. Holy
Edward.
shit.
Edward is here. Okay, now I'm going to have to go get a drink. If you're going to keep
Now, Scotsman, I've been high enough in the atmosphere that I've seen the curvature of the Earth.
yeah, it's pretty obvious the Earth isn't flat.
Then explain if you've been high enough to see the curvature. Explain how pilots fly in a straight line.
They don't fly in straight lines.
Yes, they do.
No.
we don't.
If
Colin,
you
you're a
if you
pilot.
look
we don't
at
fly in a
flight
straight
paths,
line.
they typically fly in a straight line, and they don't account for the curvature.
Pat, your turn.
Okay, Kyle and me are both licensed pilots, and we don't fly in straight lines.
There you go.
Plain and simple. You
And
can fly
do
a
you
compass heading, but it's not a straight line.
Do you dump aluminum in the air while you're flying, Pat?
No. No,
There
nothing.
you go.
Pat is not a paid fucking shill.
I'm going to go get it.
Pat is not a government
I am
fucking employee.
still cashing my keep quiet checks right now. Every month I get one to keep my trap shut, and I live great on that.
I know Pat too well. Pat wouldn't do that shit.
All right, let me give you a simple thing to prove that the Earth is round, Scotsman. Do you own a globe?
Fuck no.
Okay, because it won't work on a frisbee.
I don't have a fucking frisbee.
Take a globe and take a piece of string. Now, you go from, let's say, New York to England, okay, and make a straight line across the globe. Now, if you don't move your fingers on that piece of string, now have somebody else hold it in an arc over the top, you'll find that it's a very much shorter route if you go north instead of due east. Am I wrong, Pat?
No, Great Circle route through the shortest way, and the Earth is a globe.
It will not work on a frisbee. It has to be a globe.
Here's another example.
Motherfucker. I'm not buying a fucking globe. I got enough shit. I got shit I'm trying
Well,
to get
use
rid of.
a damn basketball. Make 2
I
dots.
don't have a fucking basketball. Dude, I don't have crap like that here.
Use a baseball. Use a tennis
I ain't
ball.
got a fucking baseball.
Use your bald ass head.
Here's another
I'm not
example.
exactly in the condition to play sports, motherfucker.
Here's another example. Remember that feedlot I was telling you about up in Maine earlier? I would sit down here in the middle of January, and the sun's coming already up, and it's daylight, and I'm watching the squirrels run around in the front yard, it would still be dark up there where the feedlot was at at the same time up in Maine, because the position of the globe being a ball.
magic light bulb versus the angle of the globe.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's talk about the light bulb, because they shut it off when they want to and turn it back on when they want to.
Then why haven't we gone to the sun yet?
Okay.
Just go at night, like AOC says. Go at night. That way it's cooler.
All right. So if the Earth is flat and you keep going, what keeps you falling off the edge?
It's that ice barrier around the outside that's guarded by the Gila monsters.
Antarctica, baby. Antarctica.
Is there a wall? How?
A giant fucking wall, man.
Any direction. How come no one's fallen off the edge? The ancients, some ancients used to think it was flat. It's all through history. A lot of people thought it was flat, but they knew it was round, and that's how they found America. If it was flat, they would have never found America. That's all there is to it.
Well, but then again, there is proof that they didn't think it was America. They thought it was India. So that they went the wrong way. They took they didn't take that left at Albuquerque, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if the Western Hemisphere didn't exist the way it exists, i.e., the huge American, North and South American landmasses, eventually he would have got to India. But unfortunately, there's a big chunk of dirt between, in the way.
Yeah, but we dug a ditch right through the middle of that bitch, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
They'd be
America did, not the French, not the Nicaraguans, or who the fuck ever.
But then Jimmy Carter sold it to fucking China for $1.
Yeah, something like that.
How did we get to that?
Hey, it's not a straight line, Jim. It's an arc.
Panama Canal.
We arced over to it, Jim. We didn't go on a straight line. That's how we're here. And here we are. That's why we're here.
Yeah, explorers.
That's when I need Tums. It's all your fault. Hold on.
What's that?
I said I need Tums. I'm getting heartburn. Be right back.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with that taco truck burrito, does it, Pat?
Pat, go get you some whiskey, brother.
Pat isn't. Well, I just had some Pendleton because of you, bastard.
You're welcome. Fuck you.
Yeah. So,
for anyone out there who's watching, trust me, I love Jim. He might be a pain in my ass. He may not believe some of the stuff that is actually fucking true, but I do like Jim a lot.
well, both of us don't give two Fs. You know what I mean?
I know exactly, brother.
And for everybody watching, you have to know that we're all just having fun with this.
Oh yeah.
He
asked for the shit stirrer, and the shit stirrer's here
with a boat paddle.
What else? What else do we got on the list? Well, Pat gets his heartburn settled.
Loch Ness monster.
Giant hills.
Old Nessie.
Edward, we're doing conspiracy theories, and yeah, it's debate.
Giant hills.
Well, so the thing with Nessie, one of the biggest things that comes out in the recent years has been that they think it's what is it, a Plesiosaurus or whatever the hell it's called.
Plesiosaur?
Yeah. So dinosaur from whatever million years ago, whatever fucking decade or whatever the hell it was. That's what they think. But
Who thinks?
They
The
all-
one that's in the jungle in the Congo or whatever?
But they also believe it's so deep, and that's why you rarely ever see it.
Oh, are you talking like in the water?
Yeah, in the water. Yeah.
Like Nessie and all that? Yeah, well,
Well,
here's...
that's what Kyle brought up was Nessie.
Oh, okay. Well, here's a fascinating thing about that, and we talked about that earlier. If you, how do you call this? Equator lines, the same height all the way around, if the world was round. The same lakes that are similar are all on the same plane, the same line, the same altitude, whatever, elevate, what do you call it? They're all the same area around the world. These lakes all have sightings. You got Ogopogo, you got Loch Ness, there's a couple other lakes. Is it a dinosaur? I don't think so. Maybe some big eel or something, or just the waves. I don't know. But all these lakes have sightings, and they're all on the same plane.
Well, here's the problem. Yeah, maybe there is, maybe there isn't in Loch Ness. Well, now everybody else with a big body of water needs to have their own special, monster, lake monster. And so, A, I don't believe in Nessie, and B, I don't believe in all the other lake monsters either. There might be some big fish there. There might be big friggin' catfish with a mouth the size of a Volkswagen or whatever. But
The great white crappie.
mhm.
Yeah, I've seen where they showed waves that look like it could look like just the way the wind and the waves act and roll, and they go forward, and it looks like some kind of beast. And Nessie doesn't have any food. That's pretty barren. There's hardly any fish in Loch Ness.
Oh no, that's not true. That's not true.
From the underwater footage I've seen, it's like, what are you going to eat? You need tons a day.
Well, and the thing of it is, and this is part of it is, so again, they think it's like I said, like a Plesiosaurus or whatever how it's called, and they swim very, very deep, right? And I believe Loch Ness is somewhere around the 700 or 800 feet, somewhere in there. Maybe more. I don't remember off the top of my head. But they also believe, because it does lead to the ocean, that it goes to the ocean. So it would have a major food source.
Well, they think, I don't know if there's an opening for a creature, but there is water that seeps from the ocean. Because I've seen
there's a way for something to get to the ocean if it wanted to get to the ocean. There is an opening, yes.
Teleportation.
Yeah, it's a stretch though. That critter has to eat a lot every day. And we're
I fall into the ill category.
but
so Edward asked if I've seen Nessie personally, and I have been to Loch Ness. And I will say personally, no, I have not seen Nessie. I will say though that when I was there was definitely an eerie feeling, and it was an odd place to be.
Well, I mean, if they have this Loch Ness monster, surely somebody has the key to the lock.
boo,
boo,
Boo. And then there's Kyle.
Where?
All right, Pat.
Look. Here's the thing with Nessie, folks. It's just like Jim was talking about something earlier where it ended up going in the museum and then they paying money to go to the museum and see it. Look, a guy came up with this fucking story back in the early 1900s and said, hey, I saw this fucking thing out here, faked the picture, and boom, it blew up and it became a huge spectacle. And that has drawn millions
Tourists.
of tourists and money into that part of the country.
Mm-hmm. You're talking about the head snout sticking up like this.
Yeah, it was the original photo back in the day, and it was black and white and all the rest of it. And yeah, it was nothing but pure, absolute. Here we go. I'm going to go out there and try and make money. And that's what it was.
67 Rebel SST is here. And Edward Petty's here. We mentioned that earlier. It's good to see Edward just hanging there. We're getting through this now. But
Now,
yeah,
this is the reason why extraterrestrials, when they fly by, they lock their doors. You're looking at the reason right now.
Now, hubby's mentioned pyramids. You know how they're using that scanning stuff they're using in the South American jungle? Well, they did it to the pyramids, and I guess there's these long pillars under the pyramids. Have you guys seen that?
I've been looking at some of that, and there's a lot of they did the radar or whatever they
it's called something LIDAR.
The guys who, and it's all done in Italian, so you want to get a guy's channel called Metatron. He's a Italian professor, does a lot of languages and stuff. He goes through the different presentations they've done, and there's a lot of jumping to conclusions without any real
substance. Okay.
Yeah. So but yeah, I mean, he digs through a lot of it, and they're making a lot of leaps and bounds. There's structure under there. What kind of structure it is?
Yeah.
They don't know.
Okay.
But it being a power plant, a 50 million year old power plant put there by the aliens. Yeah, that's not.
That's getting fetched. But
apparently there is a lot of caverns under that part of Egypt, and there's a lot of just underground structure, natural and probably some man-made, over the eons. There is stuff going on under there, but these like I said, super duper spiral power plants that create all this, that's apparently is not real.
But what's really good is
Pat, you use that hush money well, my friend.
LIDAR is really big. It's a good technology. In South America, it's huge. They're finding all kinds of, ruins and pyramids and deep in the jungle that are all covered up. So that's good. And then you got a satellite also. But I don't know about, the power thing and all that. It is a mystery. And okay, another mystery is the Sphinx. It doesn't look like, it looks like somebody redid the face on that thing.
It's pretty common knowledge. One of the pharaohs had it
defaced,
had it recarved, and because the head and the headdress and everything, the face are disproportionately smaller than the actual. And apparently that was a big thing for all the pharaohs. Anyways, they take credit for stuff that happened. They would take credit for stuff that they had nothing to do with, other than they put their name on it. So just because it said this is the pyramid of Khufu doesn't necessarily mean it was the pyramid made by Khufu. It was just Khufu put his name there, or Billy Bob, or whatever. They got gorgeous women. That's all I know about Egypt. They have pyramids and good-looking women.
Well, you'll see it in South America also, where civilizations claimed that they built certain things and then they added on to it, which looked like crap. All the stones that you couldn't even put a piece of paper under, all of a sudden are just like building blocks someone put and tried to like copy, and it has nothing to do with whoever built the original. But yet they claim their ancestors did that. Well, then why did your work turn so crappy?
Well, yeah, I mean, it probably was their ancestors, but like you said, they weren't able to maintain the same quality and the same levels of
But where's
the
that
work.
lost art? I think it was a civilization before that, and they inherited, took it over, and tried to copy it. But you can see the difference. There's walls where they built onto it, and it has nothing to do with what was built before. It's night and day on craftsmanship or whatever.
Oh yeah, no, there's and just some of the quarries that they move stones from, and the size of the stones are just ridiculously large and heavy, and it's like we're supposed to believe.
Okay, I want to go back to Pat and see what he says about Loch Ness and monsters in these big lakes that are all at the same height around the world. They're all deep lakes like that people see stuff. Is it waves, Pat? Is it a giant eel? What is it?
Okay, I don't know, but I haven't seen a Loch Ness monster body or a Loch Ness monster poop or anything, or a half-eaten fish, or nah. I think it's horseshit.
And how would they mate? You need more than just one baby, okay? How would they mate and survive all the years?
Yeah. So
You need
I'm pretty skeptical about the Loch Ness monster, but you can't prove a negative. I mean, that's why all these conspiracies, you can't prove a negative. So
okay.
probably not. Best I can do.
What do you think about aliens?
I think that if there are aliens, they're way too fucking far, and it takes too long to get anywhere, and I don't think they'd bother.
Well, okay. They're
So
you're not big.
you believe in Anunnaki or no?
And who?
The Anunnaki.
What's that?
They were one of the first original aliens supposedly that came to the planet.
That bred with people also. With women.
Well,
they supposedly altered our DNA.
okay.
This is Pat's stuff. Pat doesn't like conspiracy. He doesn't like this kind of stuff.
Okay. So if you go and look at, the mitochondrial DNA in the cells on the female line all the way back, there weren't no aliens. And I don't know. I mean, there could have been aliens that didn't breed with us, that hung around and did shit and then all died off, or, got the flu, or who knows what. But in our genome, there's no aliens.
Yeah, that's ours. Yeah, but okay. Okay, let's talk modern aliens. We got pilots seeing stuff out there that shouldn't be. It's unnatural. The speeds, they're trying to chase this stuff. It's been going on since the 30s, whatever. Well, way before that, because we have art paintings with flying saucers in the background from way back.
It was way back, but you didn't hear anything until World War I pilots were up in the air.
I know, but there's
and a lot of them stayed quiet because they were scared to lose their job.
Yes.
Here,
yeah. There's tons of paintings out there from hundreds and hundreds of years ago that have aliens in the background of the pictures, famous paintings. And then if you look at India, oh my gosh, they have all kinds of stuff on aliens and flying.
Here's my opinion on things like the Tic Tac, and that's basically where you're going at.
Yeah, I'm talking about the latest Tic Tac. Yeah.
If it's not our stuff, I really hope it's aliens, because if
What?
those Tic Tacs are doing what they say that they're actually doing, all I know is what the reporters say, in some fuzzy video.
That
So
couldn't be.
I hope it's friggin' aliens, because if it's the Chinese or the Russians doing that,
Yeah, they ain't got that. They ain't got that.
that's the point I'm trying to get to. So if it's not ours, I really hope it is space aliens, not our enemies.
Well, you gotta look at the big picture of it. So the biggest one that people see are the orbs, and I don't know how much you've done research on the orbs and stuff like that, but the biggest one they see is the orbs. And like I told you, I don't know, but a month or two ago, I literally saw one for the first time myself, and it took me by surprise, pretty good for a hot minute. And that was the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, they could be some kind of static energy phenomenon from Earth, just natural phenomenon we don't know about. But yeah, orbs are all over the place. There's actually good videos of orbs, and some around crop circles, which there we go again. There's another conspiracy theory.
Crop circles are kind of a weird one.
Yeah.
Well, the problem with crop circles is this. Number one, they originated back in the 50s is when they first started popping up. And originally, there wasn't a whole lot going on with it. And then magically, there was many more just popped up. And it turned out that you had farmers who had seen that in the news and decided to try and go out and do their own thing so they could make some money off of it.
The Dave and Dave conspiracy, and then, but then there's also if you go to Y-Files, I would go Y-Files on Rumble, just off YouTube, but Y-Files has a couple interesting crop circle episodes, and they discuss that, and they discuss the biggest problem.
Go look at the Nazca lines. The Nazca lines, that's not fucking natural.
No, of course not. They're drawings. Now how they were done is what the mystery is. There's no doubt that there's monkeys and spiders and all that stuff. I don't think they're landing pads or runways for spaceships, which is what In Search Of used to talk about back when we were kids, or at least I was a kid. Because if you can travel interstellar space, you should be able to, and do it in quick enough, where you do it in some sort of real time, faster than light. You should be able to land on a planet without having to have runways. You should be able to land just about anywhere you want to. However,
the latest one that I had heard, that I'd seen, was it wasn't the runway, it was navigation. So it was meant to be part of navigation.
Right. Yeah.
So it wasn't the runway, but it was more along the lines of, hey, this is where you're at.
It is amazing, though, the spiders and the monkeys and everything done on the ground without being able to see it from up high, that they did such a good job. It's kind of like drawings that, natives have done on the walls and everything, but it's on the ground in big scale. So
take a look at some of the big stone structures that we have all over the world.
Oh,
you
they're
got
everywhere.
you got Stonehenge, you got all these other ones, and the general consensus around most people in that community say that it's astrological. Well,
Oh no, there's no. And ironically, I'm watching a Doctor Who episode that takes place around a henge, not Stonehenge itself. It's one in Wales. But anyways, yeah, no, there are astrological, like there are certain positions for certain, for the
Solstice, all that.
the solstices and the winter solstice, the summer solstice, the fall equinox, the spring equinox, certain dates. So yeah, that all exists.
And
The big question is, how do they move these stones?
yeah,
From the quarries, and that's where the big question is, that the physical actual movement of this equipment.
yes, because it was important. It must have been important where they put Stonehenge, and there's a lot of little ones everywhere, all through Europe. It must have been important there, and they had to haul those things. Oh, forever. It must have been. How did they do that? I mean, these are gigantic.
you're talking tons. I mean, absolute tons.
But you see
And
this is my theory. You see this all over the world where ancients were actually really, they had technology. They could cut stones and everything perfectly, or carry big stones from different places. And you'll see it in South America. And it's like, and then after that, it's like people got dumber. They didn't do the same thing. So what the hell's going on there? All right. You had really ancients at all about the same time that were they could move these heavy rocks.
and then there's the theory that the aliens did it.
No, I don't think so. Because
that they helped build these structures, and
Yeah,
they helped
but
build pyramids and stuff like that.
then you would think they'd all have the same style, and all around the world the style is
Well,
totally
they technically are. If you look at them, they are all the same style.
not the ones that have square cuts in the rocks that are like totally precise, inletted. How in the hell do you do that without tools?
There are claims that there's figures that appear in all these especially the ones holding the what are supposed to be bags.
I know.
I mean, there's a lot of similarities with this stuff. There's differences also, but the big thing is these megaliths
Thank you, bud.
are quarried, and the stones are moved by people who are supposedly doing it in loincloths, using chicken bones and ropes. And they're dragging them up and down mountainsides and stuff to the final destination. So it's like, what was that? So, anyways,
I think we had really smart people a long time ago, and then dumb. South America alone, you can't explain stuff. There's no tools. Even today, we'd have a hard time doing those inside cuts. And then all around the world, everyone's doing the same thing. Weird, hard to do stuff, pyramids, Stonehenge, whatever. And then people got stupid. So what happened there? What's up, bud?
Well, and the thing of it is that if you look all around the world, and all these different caves and all the rest of it, they all have similar stampings, drawings, whatever you want to call them, of the aliens that were here. And they're all very, very similar.
Okay, you don't have one?
I don't have either one of those, no.
All right, sorry, talking to the son. All right. Yeah.
And there's various theories out there, and that they were cut with lasers, this, that, the other, because some of them are very, very precise cuts.
Especially in South America, it's like, how in the hell? You can go out and pay a bunch of union guys. They can't do that kind of job. So how in the hell?
No, and there's a lot of them that they say that there's no way it could be done with any kind of hand tool.
No, and then you have some places at Copper Age. How's copper going to cut stuff like it? Now they do have, like in Egypt, they found a bunch of holes, and they're saying, okay, they're using a tube and sand, and they're going back and forth like that, grinding holes. Okay, all right. It'll take forever, but yeah, it works. They've proven it. But some of these things in South America, there's no way you can cut these inside squares and then an outside square beyond that, and it's all picture frame. No, you're not doing that without some kind of diamond cutters or something.
The Beckley Tepe.
Mm-hmm.
The latest and greatest. But I mean, it's, from what I've seen, what assuming that what I'm reading and seeing on video and all that is accurate and true.
Mm-hmm.
There's some pretty interesting stuff there.
There's stuff we can't explain. And I know Pat is bored to death, but that kind of stuff we're talking about right now, really, I've always been into it. I've looked at all of the stuff, and that really interests me because it is the biggest mystery.
Well, and then there's also the theory that back in the day we had the giants, and the giants were moving this stuff. And there's all kinds of evidence that there were giants.
Well, there probably was giants. The question is how big of a giant they actually were.
Well, and today we still have people that have gigantism.
Mhm.
And if you don't know what that is, folks, that's that's basically where someone has a missing chromosome, and they end up getting a lot larger, taller, and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
Well,
they typically die a lot faster because they're missing various different parts.
yeah, gigantism is not anything giants because they hardly can walk when they get about 25 years old. Then they can't walk anymore.
They're usually dead by 30.
Yeah, these are different than there's actually natural people like, okay, say Shaq O'Neal, he's not super tall, that are not like that. They don't have that problem and they're big. And that's what you got to look at, not these people that have this gland problem that makes them,
Well,
too fast.
something else to keep in mind. I'm 6'1". 200 years ago, I would be considered a giant, or real damn close, anyways. Yeah, because when the average height of people are like my wife, Susan's 5'4". Yeah, she claims 5'5", but I think she's standing on her toes when she does that. Yeah. So compared to her, I tower over her and her entire family. Yeah. So 200 years ago, they'd say, they'd probably call me a giant. Yeah. Nowadays, I'm average. Hell, there's Koreans out there that are taller than me. Yeah. So.
Well, one giant is a Korean, one big guy. Yeah.
Yeah. But the point is, so who actually are giant, what the people in the past were considering people to be giants. First off, we need to have a baseline there.
Yeah, but they're talking about giants, not someone 6'1". They're talking about this guy had a axe that was as tall as I am.
Yeah, they're talking Goliath.
And they have
Goliath
they have found really big weapons that only could belong to a giant. They have found them. They dug them up. Giants are in the Bible.
Right.
So we must-
Goliath and his crew. And they came from the Nephilim, which I was referring to the folks from Planet X and Zachariah Fitchin's bullshit as Nephilim, but the Nephilim in the Bible were the fallen angels who mated with the women and brought forth the monsters that had to be destroyed through the flood.
And that had to be painful for the women. Painful. Oh my gosh, it had to be.
They stretch.
Well, I'm told women are designed to forget at birth how painful it was.
Women are designed to be a pain in your fucking ass.
Huh. No, but they naturally forget how painful it was during the time of birth, so they'll do it again.
Oh, that has to be bullshit because every woman I know enjoys explaining to me how painful it was and how horrible it was for them to shove that kid out through them. And I'm quite certain it is, but it was like
they remember, but they don't remember how painful it was. Like really how bad it was. They remember.
Let's face it, after number 2 or number 3, they just sit there and they're washing dishes like a Monty Python movie, and they're sitting there washing dishes, and the kids just fall out.
A foof. Yeah.
A foof.
Oh my God, the conversations we get on, and we are at 5 hours, 15 minutes. Let's just, all right, you guys want to keep talking? We'll go. Anyway, I think the world was really smart at one time, and it got really stupid. And then right now we're catching up. So whether it was influenced by someone else or not, I don't know, because everyone had a different style, kind of. So I don't know.
All right. Hey, fellas, I'm going to jump off. I can't sit here any longer. I got to move around. I'm getting sore.
Oh, so you're going to wimp out and concede to the earth is
I mean, I can stand up right here if you want me just to stand up. I can stand up. I'll keep going. Fuck it. I don't give a shit. Come on, motherfucker. We can keep going.
Oh, it's like that.
I'm going to
I'll
bed.
stand
Guys.
up. I'll stand up. I'm no bitch.
All right. Rollis is going to bail too. So
I'll stand up. It's fine. I got you.
I mean, I'll hold my hand up. I'm a bitch.
I was already asleep anyways.
That's all right. We can end this. I'll chit chat with Pat for a little while we're off live.
Okay, guys. Like I said, I'm jumping out. You guys have a good weekend. I'll talk to you maybe next week then, huh?
All right. Thanks for coming on.
Take it easy, Ross.
Scott, thanks for stirring the pot. It was fun.
Hey,
Thanks
man.
for the
You know,
advice, Gus.
that's what you want. That's what I do.
Pot stirrer.
It is always my pleasure to jump on and stir the pot.
All right.
Good to see you, Scotsman. Thanks for the help.
Absolutely, Pat. Anytime you got a question, brother, never hesitate to ask.
Yeah, you never sent me a picture of that gun. Anyway.
And that goes for anyone out there. I've said it many times over, but you guys have questions on a gun or whatever, shoot me pictures, emails, text, whatever. I'll help you out.
Hobo says, pull the pin, Jim. Now's your chance. Well. All right. Good night, Scotsman. Kyle, are you bailing?
Yeah, man, I'm tired.
Okay. On the count of 3, everyone in the side chat, love y'all. We're going to do your poof. And I'll talk to Pat after this. All right. And 1, 2, 3. And wait a minute, 4. And